Live from the house that Rockney built, this is Notre Dame football here on WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish. I'm your pregame host, David Owens, and before we get this game started in just about half an hour, let's go over a little breakdown of what Notre Dame has to face against this Wolfpack. Total in this history, the Irish are 2-2 overall, still undefeated in Notre Dame Stadium after one game, but so far, this is the second meeting overall between head coaches Marcus Freeman and Dave Doerman. Notre Dame is currently the 23.5-point favorites in this matchup, but don't count this Wolfpack out short because NC State is looking strong going into this game with a 4-2 record, currently 1-1 away. Now, looking at these past matchups, Notre Dame has 2 wins in a row against NC State, their last matchup being 2023 in Carter Finley Stadium. Notre Dame won that matchup 45-24 in a huge rain delay. They were up 3-0 when the rain hit, and then after a 2-hour break, they came out steaming. Audric Estime putting away an 80-yard touchdown, and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish just ran away with that game. NC State made a lot of mistakes with 3 fumbles and 3 interceptions in that game. 3 Irish players, Benjamin Morrison, Xavier Watts, and DJ Brown, all getting a pick in that game. Marcus Freeman getting a huge win early on in his career, but now with lots of experience on both sides of the field, very exciting to see what both of these teams have to offer. The first time ever facing off was in 2002 in the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. NC State actually pulled off that win, finishing their most winning season in school history with a record of 11-3. That's the only time they've won a game involving 2 10-win teams, and they're hoping to do that again as they are currently on track for a great record this year. Now, looking at both of these teams, Notre Dame coming into this matchup 3-2 overall, only 1 loss at home, as well as 2 wins, and currently 79% of their games all time won against ACC opponents at home. Marcus Freeman returned to a 3/4 win rate, 75% as a head coach last week in their win against Boise State, where they pulled off a 28-7 victory against the Boise State Broncos. However, even in that win, second lowest offensive performance of the year, only 380 yards, which is really impressive to say. I mean, their worst of the season was 314 against the Miami Hurricanes, but at the same time, C.J. Carr really trying to find his groove now and a lot of creativity with Mike Denbrock giving him the reins. The O-line showed a lot of great signs against Boise State, holding the defense to 0 sacks and a lot of great performances around the field. Will Pauling going up to 1,500 career yards, joining Love, Malachi Fields, and Jadarian Price in that 1,500 club. At the same time, Jordan Faison really making a mark as the golden standard for walk-ons across the board, now with 1,000 career yards on his 2025 campaign. Looking at this, C.J. Carr leading the freshman in FBS in passing yards per game and yards per completion. He is currently 8th favorite for Heisman with plus 2,000 odds on DraftKings. So the Irish really making their mark. But on the other side of the field, NC State still a strong contender. A lot of people leaving this team out in the 3-game home stretch that Notre Dame has to face in between Boise State and USC. But at the same time, Hollywood Smothers leading this pack as currently the 3rd highest rusher in all of FBS. He is only behind Jacksonville State's Cam Cook and Mizzou's Amon Hardy. He is one of 3 players in the country with 100-plus rushing yard games in 4 different matchups. And C.J. Bailey leading this team as the quarterback. Very interesting story for him. He was the backup quarterback last year after Grayson McCall's injury against Louisiana Tech. Bailey went in to finish that matchup and started against Clemson the following week. Grayson McCall was able to return 2 weeks later, but after another concussion, retired, giving C.J. Bailey the starting job for the rest of the year. And since then, he has had an 8-7 record as a starter, trying to keep that winning match in this game right here. Now, talking about these head coaches, Dave Doeren is in his 13th season leading the Wolfpack. That is the 2nd longest tenure in the ACC, tied for 6th across college football, and he is the all-time leader for NC State in coaching wins with 91. He has a long history, especially with a fellow Notre Dame coach, Chris Ash. Both of them actually got to play at Drake University together Dave Doran was a class of 94 senior when Chris Ash was a sophomore in 1996. Doran was a starting head coach at Drake in 1995 when Ash later joined him in 97 as a graduate assistant. And since then, the two have only faced off once, later coaching together at Wisconsin, leading them to an 11-2 record with J.J. Watt leading that team in their first time matching up against each other in 2011, where Ash was the defense coordinator of Wisconsin, while Doran was actually the head coach of NIU. So both teams coming into a very strong record, and we're really excited to see what they have to face off today. Now, looking at the rest of NC State, very strong team. On the receiving side, Terrell Anderson leading this pack as a leading contender. The sophomore wide receiver has played 13 games last year as a true freshman, already with a great campaign this year, 388 receiving yards in 2025, 18.5 yards per carry. He really is an aggressive contender that the secondary for Notre Dame is going to have to face off against. However, these Irish coming in, starting to improve themselves, starting to get their feel on the defensive side. Last game was a game of fours. They had 4 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, and 4 interceptions, all against Boise State, and looking to really make their mark again today. That is going to be it for the team overview. We're going to take a quick break and send it over to the commentators in just one moment before we get into the rest of this matchup here on WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish. .309 here in Notre Dame Stadium. Welcome back to WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish, here for the pregame. I'm your host, David Owens, joined by Ryan Murphy and Ben Rohr here on the call today. And gentlemen, we've got all my numbers out of the way. We're here to get your thoughts on the matchup itself. So, as I talked about last week, Notre Dame coming off their slowest offensive production of the year so far against Boise State. Usually I'd ask what Notre Dame has to improve, but let's be honest, Marcus Freeman, Mike Denbrock, they've gotten to their nitpicky stuff. They're ready to show this team what to improve. So assuming the offense is back in full swing, what part of this NC State defense are they looking to attack the most?
Well, first of all, David, I got to tell you, welcome to WVFI Sports, your main voyage here with us. I'm not sold on the NC State secondary. I don't know about you, Ben. We like their front seven, but they seem pretty banged up in the secondary. Let CJ Carr air the ball out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ryan. I think, you take a look down this lineup, you got to think about, the front seven is going to cause quite a bit of, issue, trouble for this rush game of the Irish. But if you're asking me what to exploit, Ryan,
I think,
you take a look down this lineup, you got to think about,
like
the front seven is going to cause quite a bit of, issue, trouble for this rush game of the Irish. But if you're asking me what to exploit on this NC State defense, you got to look at the secondary. You got a man like Devon Marshall, he's a great player. He's probably leading the way in terms of the secondary there for the Wolfpack. You got guys like Jamel and, these are guys that the Irish are going to be able to take care of. Jamel Johnson, J.J. Johnson, a pair of Johnsons
40 yards the last 2 games after being
that I like the Irish chance against. You got to let CJ spin it today on a receiving core that has found a new sense of confidence, especially a guy like Will Pauling, a man that has gotten over 40 yards the last 2 games after being pretty much a non-factor the first few weeks of the season. You got to let CJ spin it.
If I like the over on anyone individually, I like it on Malachi Fields today.
That
longest play of his career, that 66-yard touchdown right out of the gate against Purdue. I'd like to see something similar to start the game today.
That's who I am with Jaden Greathouse being out for this matchup. A lot of new receivers starting to get their mark on the game. Like you said, Will Pauling really starting to put himself into the mix. But looking at this defensive side, we know the Notre Dame offense is hopefully going to do their thing. On the defensive side, Chris Ash going into this matchup with a fellow friend of his, Dave Doran, the head coach of NC State. They have a lot of history together. Like I said, got to play together. How is this going to affect the matchup? Later coached together at Wisconsin. Now this is the second time ever where they are facing off against against opposing teams. What are you looking at this game in terms of the Notre Dame defense, and how is this going to affect the matchup?
Well, you got to look at Chris Ash had troubles at Fighting Irish, where C.J. Bailey, Notre Dame has struggled with lots of experienced quarterbacks
and
this
we're able
year.
to
Guys
pick
like
this defense
C.J.
apart.
Carr.
Do you see this
and
being a
Reed
problem
for Texas
today?
A&M.
Well, you
got to
look
at the secondary for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, where C.J. Bailey, Notre Dame has struggled with lots of experienced quarterbacks this year. Guys like C.J. Carr and Reed for Texas A&M. Those were guys that were able to read the zone-heavy defense for Chris Ash and able to really pick them apart, whether a home or away. And once again, the Irish are here in the Cathedral of College football. And C.J. Bailey he's no stranger to big game, but he's no stranger to college football. So that I would put him in the category of those first two quarterbacks the Irish faced this year, where this is an experienced guy that if Chris Ash throws a lot of zone at him, he's going to be able to pick it apart rather quickly. But then you got to look at the front seven of the Irish. Hollywood Smothers, obviously the marquee name on this NC State Wolfpack offense, and it's going to be a test for the Irish defense. I think the Irish are going to have a little bit of trouble with him, especially to start the game. Where I said this to the gentleman, in the booth earlier today, I would be surprised if we don't see a big play from Hollywood Smothers early in the game. We have seen sort of a lack of, the necessity of toughness in these last few weeks where the Irish competition has decreased maybe a little bit from those first few weeks. But in the first few weeks, the toughness of the Irish was really exposed. And I think this is another matchup where the NC State Wolfpack have a solid O-line, a star running back. It's going to be a test to see if they can hold the line at home once again.
We were talking earlier about how it is just a trap game, and the thing that makes me think it's a trap game is that narrative coming out of the Boise State game where everyone's like, oh, the Irish defense, they're back. I'm not sold on that. This NC State offense, they've got firepower. I think you're right about Smothers. The big thing for me will be whether Notre Dame gets pressure. You mentioned that front seven. That was the biggest issue against Miami and Texas A&M is they couldn't get enough pressure to open up plays for the rest of the defense. That'll be the biggest thing I'm watching here today.
Exactly right. So we've talked about the offense. We've talked about the defense. Look at this team overall. A chaotic last week in the AP poll. Notre Dame conceded my personal expectations in terms of moving up 5 spots up. One of 5 teams to move 5 ranks up. So a lot of movement across the board. We saw some huge drops, especially Penn State after losing to UCLA, Texas after losing to Florida. A lot of mix in those top 25 rankings. So looking at the rest of this season and the Irish's chance of a postseason run, what do they have to do?
The Irish winning and winning
besides getting a win,
this is a team
in order to move themselves up in the rankings as much as possible.
That group of 5 well, honestly, David, I think it's right into there on the 12-team where it's about the Irish winning and winning big. Where this is a team that they sit only 5 spots out of the playoff now, considering that group of 5 team has to be factored into there on the 12-team playoff. This is a team that sits very close to the playoff in only week 7 here, and I think it's about winning big. The Irish don't have a lot of great opponents left on their schedule. As we talked about, this now falls into the category of a trap game, as opposed to a big game here for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So it's about looking good while doing it. Style points matter for the Irish at this point.
That's interesting. I'll counter that.
Please.
I'm not a big style points person.
Right.
I think if you win, that's what matters. You win and other teams lose, right? Like the biggest thing that Notre Dame needs to do is they need to have another day like last weekend outside of Notre Dame Stadium. Other teams lose. Like, Wazoo pulling one out at Ole Miss would be great. They're down 17-14 right now. So like, this is the life of a Notre Dame football fan this season is you got to have your eyes on the out-of-town scores, right? But Notre Dame's got to take care of business. So if you're asking me the biggest thing they do besides win, is just block out the noise. Block out the noise and just win, because I think at this point people are after last weekend looking around the nation and being like, this Notre Dame team can do it.
So you're saying let the outside factors be outside.
Yeah, that's a very different atmosphere to be playing in than they were against Purdue and Arkansas, whereas like, I don't know if this Notre Dame team can do it, right? Like, now people are saying, for sure if they win, they're pretty much in. They just got to do it. Block out the noise here today.
Great. All right, well, hopefully lots of noise being blocked out as the noise starts to crowd in. A lot of fans rolling into the stadium. One of the quickest games to be sold out at the buzzer, really. Notre Dame finally sold out this game yesterday, and this stadium is starting to get packed. That blue and gold shining through the marching band. As we take a quick break here on WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish. We'll be back in just a moment for the final section of this pregame show before we send it off to the commentators for the rest of this matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join us in honoring America with the singing of our national anthem, conducted by Larry Dwyer, Assistant Director of the University of Notre Dame Band.
Well, after lifting up the beautiful nation's colors, Notre Dame is ready to get this matchup started. Welcome to the final segment of our pregame show here on the Voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI. I am your host, David Owens. And as we get this game started, let's look a little bit into the specifics of this matchup. First off, starting with this injury report, Notre Dame with a very small roster. Noah Burnett coming back for his first game of the season, looking good after a right hip injury. And the kicker is ready to get this special teams back in full swing. Questionable for this matchup still, tight end Cooper Flanagan and defensive end Preston Zinter both going down and hoping to maybe make it into this matchup later on, but still no huge misses for this Irish. Currently out right now, big misses on this side. Jaden Greathouse, the wide receiver, Devonta Smith, the cornerback, and as well the two offensive linemen, Charles Jagsua and Peter Jones, both looking to miss this game. On the other side for the Wolfpack, both questionable, backup quarterback Cole Wilson and wide receiver Jonathan Paler, still a question mark on this game for them. Now, looking into this specific game, Notre Dame having some ties in North Carolina, 6 on the Fighting Irish roster, all hail NC State as their home in North Carolina. Jadon Blair from Winston-Salem, as well as Micah Gilbert, Sullivan Absher, Jack Larson, Bryce Young, and, of course, Noah Burnett, all calling North Carolina their home state. At the same time, like we've said, NC State head coach Dave Doran also playing with Chris Ash and coaching with him as well. So a lot of ties in this game between two managing positions. Now, going into this game, a lot of big movement around the college football world. Looking at this AP poll, Notre Dame moving up 5 spots from last week to a number 16th place as they play NC State in just one moment. But around the college board, some huge matchups in the rest of the season. Ohio State currently facing off against Illinois, up 34-10 with about 8 minutes left in this fourth quarter. Alabama and Missouri currently battling it out in a 3-point game. Just 90 seconds left in that. Alabama currently up 3 with the ball. So the Mizzou Tigers might drop below Notre Dame after this week, assuming all goes well for the Irish. And then finally, another big game. The Pitt is actually beating Florida State 27-24 with 2.5 minutes left in this game. That could be a huge win for Notre Dame as Pitt continues to move up, kicking the Seminoles possibly out of this AP Top 25. And around the world, Miami and Texas A&M both moving up to a top 5 spot. Notre Dame's only 2 losses, and a great look for Marcus Freeman's crew as they only have 2 top 5 misses so far. So if they continue to win out for the rest of this season, a playoff position is well in the works currently for Notre Dame. Now, looking at the keys to the game, like we've said in our commentator interview, it's win and win big. Notre Dame with this offense currently trying to fire in all cylinders. CJ Carr, like I've said, currently leading all freshmen in FBS in yards per game and yards per completion. So as long as he continues to air this ball out, the Irish should look good on the offensive side. We've seen Will Pauling continue to make his name on this team as the captain, currently on track for his third 800 receiving yard season of his career in a row. And as Notre Dame continues to run out to this game, we are going to see, hopefully, this defense continue to keep rolling. Chris Ash finally getting his boys under control and continuing to keep this game rolling. As the blue and gold shines out, Notre Dame looking to run out to this stadium in just one moment. The Wolfpack running in their white jerseys with black helmets. And of course, the huge ND spelt out by the Notre Dame Fighting Irish Band as the crowd continues to erupt. Currently a beautiful day outside. Time is 3:26 with a temperature of 67 degrees. Currently the high of today, a low of 49, so pretty solid weather overall. Clear skies and some beautiful football in the works. About 10 minutes left till kickoff. Notre Dame looking to get their 4th win of the season, move up to a 4-2 record and a 75% win at home. Currently, Marcus Freeman still waiting inside the locker room with his boys as they look to have their prayer and then send it out into the field. A great preview overall. Notre Dame looking to have a huge win today, but as of that should do it for the pregame show of Notre Dame NC State. Once again, I'm David Owens, your host. Thank you for tuning in to WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish, and we'll kick it off soon with Ryan Murphy and Ben Rohr on the call.
at their own 10-yard line, for a first down. And we're going to take a quick break here on WVFI Sports, the voice of the Fighting Irish. Don't go anywhere. Force a fourth down failure from the Irish as no one's home for C.J. Carr, forced out of bounds at the Wolfpack 10. So the Wolfpack 90 yards to march down the field and try and knot this game at 7. Murph, what have we seen?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big stop for NC State, and at the lead of it was that NC State front 7. Brandon Cleveland had the big stop on 3rd down to keep it to 3rd and inches, and then Trey Thomas got in there with some big pressure, and Kean Sloan as well, to force C.J. Carr out of the pocket. Let's see if the NC State offense can do something. 2 3-and-outs here. This is a big moment for them in this game. Early. I'm always saying that, though.
C.J. Bailey takes over. He's got Jolie in motion to his left. Hollywood Smothers on the field. He's going to drop back to pass. Look, and he's got a man open, but he overthrows him right around the 40-yard line. Cannot connect there as he cannot hit Jolie, the tight end, who ran a wheel route out of motion downfield. He had his man beat as Bailey can't find him. As Don Schuler was on the coverage there, and he couldn't keep up with Jolie, but it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Wolfpack. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in this first quarter as Smothers is going to remain the back for the Wolfpack. He's going to motion to Bailey's right. Bailey's going to drop back to pass, find him in the flat. He's going to connect right around the 20-yard line, but he's wrapped up quickly by Drake Bowen of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And that's going to be a gain of 1 for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, and again, NC State quickly in this 3rd and long situation. This is the 3rd time in 3 drives that we've seen this, and we haven't seen much by way of, anything threatening on 3rd and long either. See if you get something different here.
The Irish looking physical early as Drake Bowen shut down that. Immediately, Scott is going to be the back for the Wolfpack now. Maybe Smothers a little bit banged up as Bailey drops back to pass. He's going to hit Scott across the middle, and he's going to pick up this first down for the Wolfpack, working up towards the 35-yard line and brought down in the middle of the field.
Yeah, that's mostly where he's used. He's used frequently in those 3rd down situations. He had 10 carries last game, but 196 yards total on the year, and it's usually in those 3rd down spots.
90 yards last week against Campbell. Let's see if he is going to stay on the field. He will. Fake play action now. Working, looks to his right side, fires, and incomplete at the 40-yard line as the Wolfpack will stare down a 2nd and 10 as Noah Rogers, the Ohio State transfer, cannot come up with the reception.
Good job by Christian Gray in coverage there. There's a lot of conversation around him always, but he's Notre Dame's leader in snaps on this defense. He's a constant presence out there. Does a good job manning a long, big swath of territory.
C.J. Bailey's going to keep Scott to his left. Drop back to pass. Look, fire to his right at Scott. Cannot connect, or maybe he does.
Whoa.
Seems like that was an excellent catch there from Noah Rogers there, right at that 40-yard line mark. Or it was Rogers.
It was Keenan Jackson.
It was Keenan Jackson.
Did he make the catch?
It seems like
there's an injured NC State player down on the field right now.
It's going to be offensive lineman Anthony Carter Jr., the left guard, down on the field now as the Wolfpack have the ball at the 33. It was incomplete, 3rd and 10 for the Wolfpack. Hopefully Carter is all right here.
Yeah, this guy who's a captain, and he's the most experienced offensive lineman on this NC State team. Over 1,000 career snaps, 40 games played. Not the guy you want to see go down for this NC State team.
Absolutely not. We're going to take a quick break while they deal with his injury. Hopefully Carter's all right, and play can continue smoothly here as the Irish lead 7-0 with 1:48 left to go in this first quarter. In that quick commercial break there, go Irish, go Teachers. I'll have to second that myself as the Wolfpack try and pick up another 3rd and long, 3rd and 10, as Hollywood Smothers is back in the game, and the crowd roars C.J. Bailey. He's got a man in motion. 2 to his left, 2 to his right. Smothers in his backfield. He's going to drop back to pass. Look to his right, fire. Make a connection there with Scott, and he's going to get that first down once again. That's going to be Keenan Jackson once again. That 4 looking like an 8 for me today as the Wolfpack pick up a first down and move to the 43-yard line, 1st and 10.
Yeah, we're waiting to see NC State sort of open up that passing game a little bit. They're going to say he didn't get it?
Wow.
So it's going to be 4th down?
It's going to be a 9-yard gain for the Wolfpack. Whoa. I would have said that was 10 and change. But 4th and 1, the Wolfpack keep the offense on the field as time clicks down towards the 1-minute mark in this first quarter. It's going to be Wilson actually taking the snap for the Wolfpack. He's going to keep it himself and run, and he's met quickly by the Irish. Let's see. Bit of a roar from the Wolfpack fans, and I'm seeing a referee.
Yeah, I think
and
he got
a couple referees now pointing to that first down forward as the Wolfpack pick up a big 4th and 1.
For a second there, it was going to be a deep irony if NC State didn't convert on a Wildcat formation like that at Notre Dame Stadium against the Irish, but no, comfortable conversion.
1st and 10 now for the Wolfpack from their own 44 as time ticks below 30 seconds to play in this first quarter. Bailey back out there, hands the ball off to Smothers. Smothers works to his left, wrapped up quickly by the Irish, just short of the midfield mark. 2nd and 8 now for the Wolfpack.
Good first drive here to end, or good drive to end this first quarter. Not their first drive.
No,
this is sort of
first
the
drive didn't go so well.
This is a momentum building thing for NC State. You get the stop on defense.
Down
see if you can
to the zeros as the Wolfpack will have a 2nd and 8 to start this second quarter here. The Irish going to try and hold them to that 0 as the Wolfpack approach midfield. Will flip sides and be back in just a moment here on WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish. Welcome you back inside Notre Dame Stadium for some second quarter action here. The Irish lead the Wolfpack 7-0 starting this second quarter. But David, this Irish defense, it's been by committee so far.
exactly right. Chris Ash really getting these guys back into full swing. You're starting to hear a lot of these gold helmets fly around again. Notre Dame is currently outperforming NC State in terms of yardage, 115-32, and that has a lot to do with this Irish defense. Currently 12 guys with tackles, 17 total tackles across the team, but currently Drake Bowen leading the pack, 3 of his own. This captain really started to show out today.
And people said that about Drake Bowen. They wanted to see more from him in these early weeks.
Yep.
Good to see him really find his footing as a captain and leader on this defense. Hollywood Smothers will start behind C.J. Bailey, and he'll get the first handoff of the quarter. Actually, C.J. Bailey's going to hang on to it. Fooled me up here in the booth, but he's wrapped up quickly by Irish defenders and brought down for maybe a 2-yard gain as Osbury in there quickly, Botello in there quickly as well.
Yeah, it fooled me. Did not fool the Irish defense. Fooled the 2 of us here, Ben.
Yeah, just, that's better than fooling the Irish defense.
Yeah, Bailey, honestly, he retreats probably farther than he has to. He probably could have gone right around to the outside there. I don't know why he went back to the inside at all.
As Smothers remains the back. Jolie going to move a quick in motion. Bailey drops back to pass, looks to Jolie again, and it's going to be a catch there. Jolie's going to be able to hang on to it as he's pushed out of bounds across midfield now, as the Wolfpack are going to pick up their first down of the game.
Jolie, team leading 29th catch of the year. He's the NC State, well, I just said he's NC State's leading receiver, but he's also second nationally among tight ends in catches. So he'll be active first time we've seen him hit today.
He's averaging 9.1 yards a reception. He is a consistent mark there for the Wolfpack. 36 catches a game as Bailey drops back to pass, looks for a deep ball to his right, has a man, connects, and that's going to be a touchdown for the Wolfpack, as that is going to be a quick 6 response there as Terrell Anderson finds a ball from Bailey and brings it in for the Wolfpack score.
Yeah, we'll see what gets mixed up here, but Anderson's isolated in a one-on-one down that right sideline. And it looks like it's Golden, who we were praising earlier in the broadcast, who just gets beat over the shoulder there by the speed of Anderson. It's his 4th touchdown of the year.
Anderson had a huge week in their big loss to Duke, 166 yards, has 388 on the season, even more now. As David said in the pregame, he is their number 1 man as the extra point is up and good. And this game is knotted at 7 to start this second quarter. The Wolfpack come out swinging there, Murph, out of the break.
Yeah, and it was a slow start for NC State, and you're just wondering, I'm like, all right, is NC State going to fade off here? Are they going to hang around into the second or third quarter like we maybe them expected them to do? It was going to take them to open up that passing game and that deep ball, because Hollywood Smothers, he's gotten a lot of the ball today, but he hasn't popped off one of those big runs we know him for. That's the deep ball that'll open up Smothers, right? Notre Dame clearly came into this game with a game plan, shut down him, shut down the Wolfpack. If you open up that deep ball, maybe you could open up Hollywood Smothers on the next drive too. Now you got to flip it over to the defense, stop Notre Dame here, because Notre Dame, although they got that 4th down stop, they've still been deep in NC State territory every drive.
The Irish have had little trouble moving the ball on the Wolfpack so far, but yes, as you said, Murph, Hollywood Smothers, 5 attempts, only 14 yards with a long run of 5 so far in this game. So the Irish definitely planned for him. It's going to be where on the outside can Dallas Golden, can Carson Hobbs keep up with these Wolfpack receivers, Anderson, Jolie, Rogers, Grimes. And on that drive, they could not there. The Irish are going to look to respond now. Murph, the Wolfpack going to try and stop the Irish here on this drive after a very quick break here on WVFI Sports. Don't go anywhere as the Irish try and respond after a Wolfpack touchdown. He is a consistent mark there for the Wolfpack. 36 catches a game as Bailey drops back to pass, looks for a deep ball to his right, has a man, connects, and that's going to be a touchdown for the Wolfpack, as that is going to be a quick 6 response there as Terrell Anderson finds a ball from Bailey and brings it in.
Sort of the punch back that we're expecting to see from NC State.
As Charlie Birtwhistle boots the ball back to Jadarian Price and Aeneas Williams for the Irish. Price is going to be the one to field it right at the goal line. He's going to bring it out. He's at the 20, makes a man miss there, and he's brought down short of the 25-yard line. And the Irish are going to start with quite a ways to go, short of that 25 on this first offensive drive of the second quarter now.
Speaking of Jadarian Price, wondering if he checks in here. We saw Jeremiah Love on both of Notre Dame's first drive. It's typical that Price gets about half the snaps that Love does, or at least half the carries that Love does. Interested to see whether he's productive, and it does look like he's coming out here on the field.
Jadarian Price is going to be your lead back for the Irish here on this drive. You got to wonder maybe if they're factoring in that 2,000-yard number for Love, trying to get him there this game. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's also typical for Love to get a lot of yards early, too.
Very true. Jadarian Price looking to be the back of the second quarter as C.J. Carr has 2 to his left, 1 to his right, and Price with him in the backfield. Price is going to get that first carry. He's going to find a hole quickly there, makes a man miss, and he's up over the 40-yard line for the Irish, as that is a big run for Jadarian Price in his first offensive snap of the game. The clock ticks below 13:30 to play. Jackson Vick able to bring him down, but that's a big run for Jadarian Price.
He's red hot. I mean, when you're hot, you're hot. He's finding the holes, like, honestly, better than Love is right now. Not that I'm not comparing the two as players, but Jadarian Price is the hotter of the two backs right now.
Jadarian Price is going to stay in the game as C.J. Carr looks to his left, fires, finds a man in Malachi Fields. He's over the 40-yard line, brought down by a pair of Wolfpack defenders there, as Richardson is going to be able to bring him down in tandem with Nelson there for the Wolfpack. It seems like a flag flies there, and that play is going to be coming back as boos ring out in Notre Dame Stadium. It's going to be a holding call against the Irish.
I was doing all this praising of Jadarian Price, but he's as a blocker on this play, and he's the one that gets caught for the hold. Plenty of space coming off the edge for Caden Fordham, the captain, off that left side. Price wraps him up. That's a hold.
Well, you can't blame him for wanting to stop Caden Fordham from attacking your quarterback. That's going to bring back a huge play for the Irish as they now find themselves with a 1st and 20 from the 33 as opposed to a 1st and 10 across midfield. Jadarian Price is going to get the carry. He's going to work outside. He finds himself on the sideline, and he's pushed out of bounds right around that 45-yard line by a trio of Wolfpack defenders.
I mean, he came into the game averaging 7.4 per run. That's 20th nationally, and like 3 more yards per carry than Love in this one.
J.J. Johnson in there on the shove out of bounds for the Wolfpack. Jadarian Price is going to remain the back for the Irish as Eli Raridan motions into the slot on C.J. Carr's right. C.J. Carr, play action, fires over the middle and misses Malachi Fields as a ball sails over the middle. Lucky no Wolfpack was back there because that ball was sailed there.
Yeah, Brian Nelson was close in coverage on his behind, but the J.J. Johnson, the safety, was right over the middle, and he'd thrown that ball about 2 feet to the right. That very well could have been a pick.
The Irish get lucky with that one. Now stare down a 3rd and 10, trying to get across midfield. Jadarian Price to the left of C.J. Carr. C.J. Carr drops back to pass. Looks to his right, fires. He's looking, and he cannot connect as the ball flies to the right of Will Pauling. Cannot connect there as the Irish are going to find themselves with their first 4th and 10 of this football game.
Yeah, Pauling was in double coverage there with Jackson Vick and Assad Brown outside the numbers on the right side. And it just seems like he got spun around. I didn't think it was a terrible ball from CJ, but it was just nowhere near Pauling.
A little miscommunication perhaps on the route as we're going to see James Rendell for the first time with just over 12 to play in this second quarter. The score still tied at 7 apiece. Sort of a short punt there, seemed on purpose as the ball is fielded and brought down quickly by the Irish. Really, really well done there. Terrell Anderson cannot bring it back outside the 20, so the Wolfpack will start from the 17 now with 12 to play in this first half of action. We're going to take a quick break here on WVFI WVFI Sports, but we will be right back as we have a tie ball game here.
Man, one giant leap for mankind.
Well, guys, as we get back into this game, a little bit of a score update around the college football world. Ohio State finished off their game against Illinois, winning by 18 points in a 34-16 decision. At the same time, Pitt had a huge upset against the Florida State Seminoles, winning 34-31. Ole Miss finally finished off their game against Wazoo, barely pulling off the win, 21-24. And of course, Alabama winning by 3 against the Missouri Tigers. Now another huge upset loss. Currently the Indiana Hoosiers, the number 7 seed, up 10-7 against the number 3 Oregon. Shout out WVFI's own Dylan Wallace, currently probably celebrating right now. Now back to this Irish matchup, Mr. Ben Rohr.
CJ Bailey drops back to pass, fires, cannot connect. Once again, cannot find Grimes. Wesley cannot do it. And, Wesley Grimes, one of 2 Wolfpack receivers who are hometown kids, Raleigh, North Carolina, who did not start their college careers there. One's a sophomore, one's a senior. Grimes started at Wake. Roger started at Ohio State last year on that championship team. 478 yards, 35 receptions, and a touchdown for the Buckeyes. Comes home to the Wolfpack, sees what he can do here, as Hollywood Smothers is going to get the carry here on the second play of the drive on a 2nd and 10. Picks up 3 yards, 3rd and 7.
Got to own your hometown, Ben. Recruiting. Yeah. Hey, 3rd down here for NC State, but this is a drive where they have a chance to take the lead, right? And we looked around those out-of-town scores. Nobody was really comfortable in that top 25. Notre Dame not looking super comfortable here
Not
either.
An exception there, as time hits 11 and a half minutes to play in this first half. Smothers stays on the field. The Irish crowd is rocking and rolling here at Notre Dame Stadium. CJ Bailey barking out orders to his guys on the offensive line. Maybe they don't like what they see here, as Bailey finally gets the snap off, drops back to pass, looks to his left.
This year, NC State goes hurry up here. Big conversion on 3rd and long. They seem to be figuring out those 3rd and long situations, Ben.
Absolutely. The Wolfpack now going to get the ball at their own 41, 1st and 10. Under 11 to play in this first half. CJ Bailey's going to keep it himself now and have a little green in front of him and fall just short of midfield there. Going to be a 2nd and short for the Wolfpack now.
Dawson lays out to make the tackle there on the 46-yard line, or 47, or else he would have been gone. He would have had a 1st down for sure. Notre Dame's defense looking a little out of sorts here. They looked out of sorts before the Hoffman catch as well. Osbury calling out all sorts of motion before the snap. And ultimately, the great catch at the end of it. Out of sorts right now.
Definitely, as the Irish show only 4 here to start a rush now. C.J. Bailey's going to have Scott behind him on this play. C.J. Bailey takes the snap and then fires to Scott to his left in the flat. He's going to get that first down and be brought down around the Irish 45-yard line.
This is the first time where we've really seen NC State driving in this game. They scored the touchdown earlier, but it was on that 45-yard catch by Jackson. NC State's now putting together significant plays consecutively.
The Wolfpack now going to have Smothers in the game. Jolie's going to go in motion. Whenever that happens, the ball often finds its way towards him. Bailey's going to keep it, going to fire to Smothers now in the screen pass. Brought down across the 40-yard line by a trio of Irish. Drake Bowen was in there. Boubacar Traore was in there as well. As the Wolfpack are now going to have a 2nd and 3. The drive is driving.
Yeah, the drive is driving. Notre Dame brought pressure on that play. Golden came off the edge, and he almost had Bailey, but Bailey decided to just dump it off on a little screen pass there. Golden didn't want to get slammed with a roughing the passer penalty.
Smothers is going to stay in for the Wolfpack. Bailey's talking to him. He gets a man in motion. He's going to give it off to Smothers. Bounces off the line. Works to his right, but brought down. But the flags fly there from both sides of the line of scrimmage. Drake Bowen does a nice job, as does Joshua Burnham, to stop that from being a big play for Smothers.
Yeah, it looked like Smothers had the edge and was going right around, and then Burnham lays out for the tackle. I'm curious where those flags came in. They came in right when the tackle was made, but maybe there was some sort of hold in there. It's against NC State, though.
It's going to be a holding call against Jacarius Peak, the left tackle for the Wolfpack. Going to back them up to the 49-yard line. 2nd and 13 coming.
Just got Heinisch all wrapped up, actually ahead of the play. Good push there from Heinisch.
Anthony Carter is back in the game on the NC State Wolfpack offensive line. A quick pass. Wow, wrapped up quickly by Irish, but he's able to spin out of it and work across. Jolie able to slug off a couple Irish defenders and pick up a few yards.
I think that might have been Jalen Sneed who had him all wrapped up. No, it was Boubacar. And it just shook him off like it was nothing. It's not often you see that. Some real strength there. Another big 3rd down and long for NC State. It feels like every drive they're in these 3rd and long situations. See if Notre Dame is more ready for it than they were the last one.
The Wolfpack have about 8 minutes to go in this first half. The score still 7-all. Bailey finds himself with an empty backfield. The Wolfpack going to be going through the skies. The ball is snapped. Bailey now takes a big shot downfield. He's got him at Drake Bowen on the coverage, but the ball is in front of the Wolfpack receiver, and they cannot connect there.
And it was Smothers actually going deep downfield, and Bowen had the spy on him. I was wondering, why is Drake Bowen in deep coverage? Because the running back, Smothers, running the long route. He will make some catches occasionally. He has 21 catches this year for 116 yards and a touchdown. 2 last week for 30 yards. Notre Dame gets burned once, but looks like they've avoided the threat.
The Irish escape the 3rd and long with a missed throw by Bailey. The punt now for the Wolfpack. It is up, it's high, it's going to be short once again. Faison is there for the fair catch right around the 10-yard line. So the Irish are going to have 7:48 to march 90 yards down the field. David, what do we see?
Well, the Notre Dame defense finally getting out of that one, but the first time we've seen a lot of competition in this game. NC State wasn't able to get their first down until about that 2-minute mark in the first quarter. Since then, they have more than Notre Dame currently. 6 first downs for NC State compared to the 5 Irish. They're starting to get this game rolling. C.J. Bailey really getting into his groove now.
Yeah, and I'm really wondering what they're seeing on those 3rd and long situations, right? Because that's the second time on this drive. They with the 3rd and 7, and then the long conversion to Chetty Hoffman, the deep ball, and then again they have 3rd and 11 at midfield, and they go for the deep ball for Smothers. They must be seeing something downfield that they like.
Absolutely. You got to wonder if it's those holes there where, you got young guys like Golden, something to exploit. Drake Bowen, not a man who finds himself in deep coverage a lot. Maybe trying to catch the Irish off guard there, but we'll keep thinking about it, as you should too, as we'll take a quick break here on WVFI Sports, and we'll be Bank Stadium here as the Irish are all tied at 7 with the NC State Wolfpack. 7:48 to play as the Irish will take over on their own 10-yard line. Murph, the last few minutes here, the Irish have been outdriven by the Wolfpack.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really quiet start to the game for C.J. Bailey, but quiet no more. He's actually outgaining C.J. Carr through the air, 8 of 14 for 106 yards. C.J.'s only got 104. It's been a little bit of a momentum shift since that fourth down stop. This Notre Dame offense has sputtered out a couple times. They're deep in their own territory here. Can they steal that momentum back?
Jeremiah Love checks into the game, takes over for Jadarian Price, who had a nice drive last time. Jeremiah Love will start with a carry this drive and pick up a nice 5 yards for the Irish, 2nd and 5 on the way.
Yeah, and Price, Love, 10 attempts. He's only averaging 2.6 yards per attempt. You want to see him snap off a big run here. That would really get the Irish back some momentum.
And that would certainly fire up the crowd here in Notre Dame Stadium, which the Irish need right now. C.J. Carr has Jordan Faison and Pauling to his right, but the whistles and flags fly before the snap can come off cleanly. Let's see what happened here. False start on the Irish.
Second one. This is not the same situation as the first, where Ty Washington just slipped and fell.
Yeah.
This time it looks like it's
pretty legit jump there.
It's Knapp on the left side of that offensive line. He just flinches a little bit.
Anthony Knapp, little too much movement for the officials' liking there as the Irish now find themselves walking back those 5 yards they gained on that Jeremiah Love opening run. 2nd and 10 from their own 10 as the clock dips below 7 minutes in this first half. Jeremiah Love's going to get the carry up the left side, finds a little green in front of him before running to multiple Wolfpack there. That's going to be a tackle there for a 6-yard gain for Love, 3rd and 4.
I love his physicality, but this is a situation where Love finds the hole. He's out with some space, actually. He's got the guy who brings him down is a tackler behind him, so maybe I'm not giving enough credit. Good tackle by Caden Fordham, but I actually would have liked to have seen Love maybe juke to the outside or something there rather than try to run through the NC State tackler.
Jamel Johnson, the Temple Owl and former Charleston Southern player there in there on the tackle as well is C.J. Carr. Jeremiah Love to his right, but he's going to drop back to pass and fire. The ball's tipped in the air and falls short of Johnson and Love and Malachi Fields, who were out there looking for the ball as well. Incomplete as the Irish now find themselves with a punt alert, 4th and 4.
Travali Price, a returning starter from last year. And again, Notre Dame, this is a 3 and out. It's not often you see that Carr, I don't think it's the first time we've seen one of his passes batted down. Not talking about interception, just batted down. Some motion here for Notre Dame before the snap.
As the Irish are going to fake the punt now, Tyler Buckner was so close to taking the snap there, but forces NC State to burn that timeout. Maybe that's all that was, but we were very close to seeing a Tyler Buckner under center snap in the Big 2025 for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Do we a couple points on that. Do we think he was actually going to take the snap, or would Notre Dame blow the timeout? It looked like he was going to take the snap,
really
and
did.
then for that half second to second delay there before, if they're actually going for the trick play there,
right,
he snaps that immediately. You know what I mean? And he kind of hesitated a little bit, and that was probably let's get him to go offside, let's get him to burn a timeout or something. Which it worked, but so early in this game to be using a trick play, if you ask me.
Especially with Tyler Buckner back there. Never know what's going to happen there as James Rendell now going to punt it off cleanly to the Wolfpack. Anderson back there makes the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Excellent punt there from Rendell as the Wolfpack will now start their drive from their own 37-yard line with about 6 minutes to go in this first half.
Say what you want about the Irish kicking game, but James Rendell's really improved. I mean, he's deep in his own end there, probably on the 4-yard line. He's got that one down to the 35, and it's good shape too, good arc on it. Midwest football, I can appreciate a good punt. That was a good-looking punt there from James Rendell. Probably not the most important takeaway from that drive, honestly. Notre Dame just sputtered out again. I think that's is that the second straight 3 and out here? This is where I can't keep track of things sometimes. Second straight punt for Notre Dame.
Yep. After going 2 games without having a punt before last week.
Right. Maybe a little more concerning than Rendell's punt was good, but
either way, James Rendell from down under, an excellent punter for the Irish here, despite what's going on the offensive
We got
side
him
of the
his
ball.
airtime.
Yes, yeah. We've done our punter discussion. Hey, he's from Australia. We're going to take a quick break here on WVFI Sports and be right back as the NC State Wolfpack take over from their own territory. Their really, really, really big stop.
Elijah Hughes, the USC transfer, has been more productive than I think anyone expected him to be this season. He's the one who ends up bringing Bailey down in the end and brings up a 3rd and long quickly. See if NC State goes long. This is what they've done the last couple of 3rd and longs.
Ariel Rubso in there as well for the Irish as the big fellas bring down Bailey for a big loss of yards for the Wolfpack. 3rd and 7 now. The Irish Stadium rocking and rolling here, trying to throw off C.J. Bailey's rhythm here. He's going to drop back to pass. Look to his left, and he's wrapped up and brought down for the Irish sack. Jalen Stroman is in there for a massive sack for the Irish. 4th and 15 coming up for the Wolfpack. You needed a big play by the Irish to change the momentum, and you got it.
Hello, Jalen Stroman. Hello. Virginia Tech, I guess, still haunting NC State in more ways than one, even though it's not Virginia Tech out there. The Virginia Tech transfer, Jalen Stroman, we've been waiting for him to have a big moment in that Irish uniform. He hasn't yet. That's his right there. He comes streaming right down the middle and forces an NC State punt.
From the secondary and just stripes him as the Wolfpack will boot the ball away to Jordan Faison once again. It's going to fall well short of where Faison was, and he's going to let the Wolfpack touch it across the 30-yard line. The Irish are going to start at their own 32 for this drive, as there is just over 4 minutes to play in this first half. The score still not at 7 apiece. David Owens, what did we see there that we liked, that we didn't like? What happened there?
Well, definitely starting to really show out as a clear defensive battle Currently 6 punts in this game, 4 of those being from the Wolfpack. Very reminiscent of last time Notre Dame played NC State at home. Back in 2017, there was 15 punts in that game.
You don't say.
8 coming from the Wolfpack, 7 from the Irish.
The Irish with a little bit of more of an advantage there on the punts right now. Jadarian Price is going to be the back to start as the Irish move quickly. CJ Carr finds a middle man across the middle. Eli Raridan is over midfield and to the Wolfpack 45, and a huge pass there for the Irish.
Eli Raridan, a great start to the year. 5 receptions against Miami, 4 against A&M. Got a little quiet the last few games. Nice to see him get active here.
Yes, Eli Raridan with his second reception of the game. The Irish are going to continue to move quickly, not let the Wolfpack get set. Jadarian Price remains the back, but CJ Carr is going to drop back to pass once again. He's going to air one out to Raridan again, and he has him again. The Irish move inside the red zone of the Wolfpack.
Raridan, what a catch in double coverage. And Carr is actually, he's kind of getting hit as he throws that ball. It's not his best because of that. Just off the edge, his left arm gets tapped there, but it's on his throwing arm. No problem, puts it right in the basket for Raridan.
Really impressive from CJ Carr. He has 2 guys right around Raridan, drops it in the breadbasket. And the Irish are now moving quickly into the red zone here. 1st and 10 from the Wolfpack 15. Tries to find a man in the quick slant across the middle. He can't do it. Malachi Fields hit as the ball comes in. Good defense there by Jamel Johnson.
I mean, the strategy on that throw was literally throw the ball at Jamel Johnson and hope Malachi Fields got in the way. So probably a win that even though he didn't catch it, at least he knocked it away on the ground. It's like a reverse, pass block because that looked like it was headed for an interception. The Irish looking better in hurry up here.
The Irish controlling the pace with just over 3 minutes to play in this first half. Jadarian Price is going to be the back. No run plays yet on this drive as the Irish move quickly, trying to catch them off guard. That's going to change right now. Jadarian Price moves inside, cuts inside left, moves back out towards the numbers and brought down across the 10-yard line as the Irish are going to be well within range on the 7-yard line, 3rd and 2.
Well, in the Notre Dame locker room, Price and Love are nicknamed the Fleet, and Price showing why. I mean, just so fleet on his feet. He goes out to that left hash marks, dodging inside and outside before he's taken down. Great gain. Makes it 3rd and short. Very manageable here for Notre Dame on the 7-yard line.
Ronnie Royal with a couple struggles in the secondary so far, but he's able to wrap up Jadarian Price as C.J. Carr barks out orders for this 3rd and 2nd. From the 7-yard line, the Irish would love to get 7 here before heading into halftime. The ball's going to go to Price again. He's wrapped up immediately by the Wolfpack front 7. Johnson was in there. Harsh was in there. A whole mess of Wolfpack in there.
Brandon Cleveland, I think, was the lead blocker in there, or lead tackler in there. But you're right, team effort on the tackle. Notre Dame offensive line just sort of disintegrated, to be honest with you. As we reach the 2-minute timeout here, Notre Dame was going hurry up. Now they seem content to take their time, but faced with a 4th down here and a loss of 1, Ben.
Yeah, the Irish now staring down a 4th and 3.
Same spot, same situation that we've seen recently where things sort of stall out. Freeman will go for this.
You think so? I mean, you get the ball at half, after the half, which is probably why. But I mean, if I'm Marcus Freeman, I don't know what the confidence level is in Noah Burnett right now. I mean, he made the extra point.
It's in his range.
But yeah, I mean, this is a bit of a chip shot, and it feels, especially after you don't get it on our side of the field over here, down by us. Now, of course, on the opposite side of the student section, after you get stopped again, you don't take the points. You get the ball at half.
That's a good point. We're later in this one. That's a very good point.
David, what do you?
24-yard field goal. Burnett does look like he's on the field, ready to go if need for.
David, what do you think here? What's your call if you're Coach Marcus Freeman?
Yeah, I mean, Noah Burnett finally an option here for the Irish, giving him a strong leg. At the same time, Notre Dame been really hot with these 4th downs. They've gone for it 11 times this season, only making it 4 of those.
Yeah, they have been. I think they're actually one of the worst on 4th down. They're 119th in the country on 4th down, and they've been particularly bad in these short yardage 3rd and 4th down situations. I thought I had something written down about it, but clearly I don't. They've been particularly bad in these short yard, needing 1 or 2 yards.
So if I'm Marcus Freeman, I'm taking the points. I'm also sometimes of the more old school mentality than the statistics are saying. But Murph, what are they saying?
Opponents are 11 of 12 against Notre Dame on 3rd or 4th down when needing 1 yard. This is 3, so maybe a bit more advantage, maybe better in that way, but they've been stopped 11 of 12 times on 1 yard, 3rd or 4th down. That's not good.
That is really sort of a jarring statistic to read as your team stares down a 4th and 3, 7-all ball game with NC State.
This is a great question about the Freeman era, right? Like, does it mean for Notre Dame, we're not going to shy away from the way we play, even if it's not going right. We're going to go at them. We're going to do it. We're going to find out right here. They're breaking huddle.
They're breaking the huddle, and C.J. Carr and Jadarian Price are on the field with the Irish unit up front. The Irish are going for it here on this 4th and 3 from the 8-yard line.
Don't blink.
Huge play here with 2 minutes exactly to play in this first half. The score still tied at 7. The Irish get the ball at half. They get Eli Raritan in motion. C.J. Carr claps once. The NC State Wolfpack shift defensively. He's going to hand it off. No, he keeps it himself. Works to his right. Spins out. No one home once again. Tosses one up there, and it's intercepted by the Wolfpack.
Flag comes in at the end.
The flag flies late. Will it save the Irish? I'm not sure it will. The ball intercepted.
It was picked
in the end zone.
In the end zone by Assad Brown Jr. It'd be his first career interception, the redshirt freshman in the end zone. The flag came in after he made the interception, but it was very, very close time-wise. Let's see if we get the call.
We'll see what happens on the call here. We'll bail out the Irish.
After further discussion, there is no foul.
And as you just heard it there's no foul on the play. The ball turns to NC State with a touchback interception by Assad Brown. I mean, gentlemen, I'm not going to lie, that's sort of exactly what we just saw earlier in this game. That's exactly what we've seen before, and that's exactly what you fear if you're an Irish fan. That was a pretty atrocious play on a 4th and 3.
Why don't you hand the ball off? I mean, is that an RPO where CJ has the opportunity? Like, I get he's young. We've seen this Notre Dame offense play better than this, and CJ certainly managed those decisions. I don't know why you don't hand the ball off there, especially with that much pressure coming at you right away.
Just got an immense wave of deja vu as CJ Carr rolls out, and I see absolutely nothing from the Irish receiving core in terms of options there, as the Wolfpack will get this drive started with a quick chunk play off to the left side as Hollywood Smothers picks up 2 yards. But yeah, really disheartening. Really bad.
That's not something we've seen often this year after seeing it so much in previous seasons. Big opportunity here for NC State. You know, you got, they just took a timeout. Or maybe Notre Dame did, I'm not sure. No, they did. They got 1 timeout left, 1:44 seconds. Notre Dame gets the ball back after the half. But, hey, wouldn't it be great to go into halftime with a lead if you're the Wolfpack right now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if the Wolfpack put 7 on the board here, the pressure is immense on a Notre Dame Fighting Irish offense that has been nothing but a broken-down car since the first quarter, really.
But not the moment for puns.
But the Wolfpack remain in control. 2nd and 8, 1:44 to play in the first half. The score still tied at 7. It's going to be Scott in the backfield for North Carolina State. C.J. Bailey waiting for the whistle from the referee with the green light. Referee still standing in between Donovan Heinisch and the NC State offensive line.
This is a TV thing, Ben.
Yes.
And Peacock's back from commercial, I guess. I don't know what happened there.
As the referees finally give the go-ahead to North Carolina State. Again, Bailey is going to have Scott with him, and 2 to his left, 2 to his right. Drops back to pass. Works inside the pocket. Fires to the flat with Scott. Makes a man miss, but then is wrapped up by the Irish. Adon Schuler in there. As Kingston Viliamuasa also in there on the tackle. It's going to be a small gain for the Wolfpack. They're looking at a 3rd and 4. This is a huge play for Notre Dame. This would essentially allow them to get away with it, really.
It would, and this is where the defense can come to the aid of the offense. The defense was on the field almost twice as much as the offense was against Boise State. They were out time of possession. I don't know what the verb is.
Sure.
Against Boise State, something we saw a lot last year is the defense being on the field. But, hey, if the defense is coming to the rescue of the offense, that means good things for what we saw at the beginning of the year. NC State 3 for 8 on 3rd down this game.
Let's see if they can convert this 3rd and 4. C.J. Carr's numbers now third interception of the year in the end zone, a crucial moment. Let's see if the Irish can get away with one, if they can come up with a big third down stop. It's going to be Smothers now in the backfield. Bailey's going to drop back to pass. Looks, fires to his right. And the ball seems to be caught. It's going to be close here, but it seems like the chains are going to move for NC State as they're going to pick up that first down on that 3rd and 4.
Terrell Anderson, he's very close to the boundary. He's diving in coverage with Christian Gray. Did he make this catch? The ball's very close to hitting the ground there. Jeez.
Seems like the Wolfpack are going to get...
And they didn't get it off.
They didn't get the snap off, so the ball is going to be reviewed.
And Dave Doran is absolutely furious down there because it certainly looked to me, Ben, like that whistle came in after the ball was snapped. Yeah. That's what it sounded like from up here. Now, we're ways away from the field, so sound takes time to travel. But this is going to go to review.
It seems like, looking at it on the video board, he might still be bobbling when he touches the white of the out of bounds here. This would be huge for the Irish as there is just under 90 seconds to play in this first half. The score still tied at 7 apiece.
Oh, the ball moves when it hits the ground here. He's going to ground. His left arm is going down. The ball is being protected. It's like coming into his arms, and it hits that left arm. And then when he goes to ground, the ball sort of moves, and it's still sort of moving as he's sliding across the turf field here at Notre Dame Stadium and out of bounds.
C.J. Bailey thought he got the snap off, jumps up and down, but this one heads to review.
It hits off his leg even. Ball bounces off his arm and off his leg. I see this coming back. And, yeah, I would love to know whether that whistle actually came in time.
Yeah.
Because from up here,
a little close, very close.
Ooh, it was close.
This would be monumental for the Irish, who, again, C.J. Carr throws the interception to Assad Brown in the end zone, looking for Malachi Fields. This is a huge third down play that if they force a punt now from the Wolfpack would really sort of undo the sins there of the interception.
Yeah, they got the Jeopardy theme. That's about right. They've shown about 6 looks on TV, and I still wasn't sure at the 6th look that what the call was going to be. Honestly, so this one could take a while. I can understand that.
David, what do you think? Is this one coming back?
I think so. I mean, the way he bobbled going into that white, like you said, it's just not a clear possession. That's what you really need, especially on these close calls late into the half.
The call still being debated on the field there.
Man, this certainly are taking a long time, though.
This is probably the best look. Does this football hit the ground? Ooh, I mean, it certainly looks to me like that ball hits the ground, and then he sort of rolls onto it.
It's still moving here. Like, this is where it hits off his leg.
Yes.
After coming up off the ground,
for sure.
The DJ's doing a great job right now, though.
Jeopardy into Michael Jackson. Somebody's watching me. This is really well done.
Oh, we're all watching him. I mean, there's 77,000 plus watching this one guy looking at the screen down there, which is kind of a funny way of putting it, but...
This isn't Michael Jackson. This is like, he helped this guy out, and he...
I thought it is Michael Jackson. It's not?
No, it's... I'm kicking myself on that.
You're the music man, Mr. Glee Club.
I know. Yeah, give us Google. It's like his cousin, or it's like there was some relation.
It looks like the usher just had to break that up. All right, we're going to hear the call.
Rockwell. Anyway, here's the call.
The field is upheld.
Wow. I cannot believe that.
Wow.
I am shocked.
And the Boo Birds are out in full force.
I mean, that's got to be a case of no clear and decisive evidence. Maybe it's a case of we're feeling guilty because we actually blew the whistle when the ball was snapped. I don't know, but this stadium's going to get loud. Notre Dame Stadium this season pretty much got its loudest when they're booing the refs. I mean, we saw that last week against Boise State. Wow. I don't think it's the wrong call. I'm just surprised.
The boos are still raucous here at Notre Dame Stadium as C.J. Bailey drops back to pass and finds a man across the middle who is wrapped up by Leonard Moore. Duke Scott brought down quickly for a gain of 1, but now the Wolfpack have about a minute to go from their own 38 and try and get some points on the board before halftime. They're letting the clock run here as it falls below a minute. Hollywood Smothers is back there, but C.J. Bailey's going to drop back to pass. Looks over the middle. Ball intercepted by the Irish. Adon Schuler in there with Christian Gray, who read that pass like a book. And the ball is picked off, and Notre Dame Stadium is alive again as they get their lick back on the Wolfpack. Christian Gray read that perfectly from C.J. Bailey.
There's some more booing going on because...
Whoa, the ruling on the field is an incomplete pass.
How did they miss that?
Let's see here if the ball hits the ground, but
he's got it in his arms all the way. He's going down to his knees.
That
is in his chest. He has to drop it. He has to drop it when he's kind of tipping over. He goes down to 2 knees as the ball comes in, hits him in the number. He looks like he's got it all the way. This angle is not going to show us. And then Gray sort of face plants. He turns down into the turf, and that's got to be where the ball comes out, if it does at all. I find it hard to believe that the officials just missed the call this bad.
Every look I've seen, this looks like one of the clearer catches of the day.
If you've got a look from our side of the field, it seems, that would show you. But
wow,
I mean, we're over here, and it certainly looked like we're a ways away, but it looked like a pick to us.
Wow. And this is some of the loudest I've heard.
3 plays, and 2 reviews. And this one, here, this will show us. No, the cameraman's panning away. You can't see anything. Man.
Oh, here's a good look.
Here's my question. None of these looks show you that the ball comes out.
I mean, that looks, even that, which is well zoomed in, looks like that is an interception for Christian Gray there.
Do you overturn this? But it looks to me like the camera angle that could overturn this, they don't have, or at least we don't have.
Wow.
But I don't know if that, maybe I'm just fabricating this camera angle because I just can't believe they missed the call that badly.
Unreal.
What a dramatic and lengthy end to this
first half.
I mean,
this final 90 seconds has just been crucial reviews as the score is still tied at 7 with 50 seconds left.
I just want to know, what are they looking at? What if these are the 3 angles that they're showing on the video here?
Do they have another angle that shows anything else?
No reason for it to take that long. Here's the call.
Review, the ruling on the field is upheld.
What? That's ridiculous. What angle are they looking at?
Wow.
I mean,
this is some of the loudest I've heard in Notre Dame Stadium, and it is all boos as the Wolfpack maintain control after the incomplete pass call is upheld. C.J. Bailey has no one downfield. He's spinning in the pocket as the Irish are all over him, but he's going to run out and get a few yards before being brought down by Kingston Villiamuasa. And the boos continue here in Notre Dame Stadium as the team hypes up the boos from the crowd. 40 seconds left in this first half after a couple of big calls that go against the Irish.
That last one was absolutely preposterous. I mean, they must have some other look that we don't. It looks like this is a timeout Notre Dame on the field.
Wow.
Give the crowd some time to air their grievances a little bit more. And got to think NC State's, they've got a punt here. You're in your own territory. So Notre Dame will have 40 seconds to work with. If there's the best possible way to really stick it in the face of, the adversity you're facing here, which now seems to be coming from the officials.
Go get 3.
Go get 3 or go get 7, right? This place would go bonkers. It's already going bonkers.
As the boos continue, as Noonkester gets ready to send it back to Faison. The punt is up, and it is clean. Faison fields it around the 10. He's going to take it out himself, makes a man miss, works. He's across the 15, works to the left side of the field. He's going to get to the sideline at the 30-yard line before being wrapped up nicely by the Wolfpack.
The static energy in this stadium right now really wants a touchdown.
Absolutely, the boos continue as Faison burned 15 seconds off the clock there in the return.
Feasibly, it's about the same situation, give or take 20 seconds. Like, they have the ball back about the same
Especially
area.
with that first one. I mean, the interception the Irish are at the Wolfpack 40 with more time. But that first one, give or take 20 seconds, this is about the same situation as it would have been. And the Irish get away with that interception. No points there. C.J. Carr takes the field with Jeremiah Love with 25 seconds to work from his own 30 to close out this first half. He's got Faison, Fields, Pauling to his right. One man to his left. Carr's going to snap the ball. Drop back to pass. Look to his left. Doesn't like it. Works inside the pocket. Fires it. The ball, and Faison slipped as the ball comes out. And then finally flags fly as he sat up quickly with his hands in the air. Ball incomplete. 18 seconds left in the first half.
Is that a makeup call? I mean, I was with you. I thought he slipped. We'll see if there's any contact here. Because it's going to be a pass interference call against NC State.
It's going to be a pass interference call there against Tra Thomas. So maybe
they're playing Hallelujah in the building. No way.
As the DJ plays Hallelujah.
Oh yeah. Trey Thomas got his arms wrapped around the waist of Faison. Oh, that's hilarious.
As the Irish now have the ball at the 45-yard line. 7-all still. 18 seconds left. NC State will take their final timeout of the half as the boos ring out once again here in Notre Dame Stadium.
What a circus.
Yeah,
what a circus.
This is incredible here. As the score has stayed 7-7 for the entirety of the second quarter.
Is the DJ trying to get the... First of all, are they using the Basilica playlist? Real question. Is this a Notre Dame choir that's playing right now?
Of course. Is this the lit choir?
Sure. Second question. Are they trying to get the fans on the side of the refs or something like that? Third question. CJ was very close to the line of scrimmage when he threw that ball.
Oh, absolutely.
Very, very close.
He had run up through the pocket and released, we'll call half a yard short of the line of scrimmage there.
None of it mattered. There's 18 seconds left.
No, as C.J. Carr will find himself with an empty backfield, and Fields and Raritan to his left, and Pauling and Faison to his right. He drops back to pass, looks to his right, fires over the middle for Fields, has him inside the 40-yard line there. It's going to be around the 35 that the Irish are going to have. They're going to run up and try and get a spike off here. Or just run it quickly there. Yep, there's the spike. So the Irish are going to have 11 seconds from their 35 of the Wolfpack. So 11 seconds, 25 yards to go. Will the Irish be able to get, again, this would be huge. The Irish get the ball after the half, but just to get the crowd back in, to get the momentum back in, this would be massive.
First catch of the game for Fields. Go back to him.
Yeah.
Go back to him on a deep route here. Why not?
He had the big play that was called back.
This is a big turning point in this game. The Irish can get some points out of this.
He's going to have Fields out to his right again. Raritan, Pauling, Faison to his left. Love is the back. Carr drops back, looks to his left. He's got Raritan for a quick out-of-bounds, couple of yards. 8 seconds left in the half. Still chunk it up the field. Ryan, David, what do you guys do here? Do you keep going for these plays? At what point do you kick 3? You looking for 7 only? What's the deal?
I say you go for 3. I'd say you try to save the clock, maybe get one more play off, try to push him out of bounds. Raritan really doing a good job at that and getting to the boundary, but at the same time, take a shot.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a 49-yard field goal if they were to go for it right now. That's not close enough for Burnett.
The Irish still over almost 100 yards ahead of the Wolfpack in offense. C.J. Carr looks for the exact same play, and he gets it once again. So 5 seconds left on the clock. Same play, Raritan in the flat, works right out of bounds, stops the clock. 4th and 5 now on the 30-yard line. So, yeah, it seems like it's going to be Noah Burnett for what will be a 40-yarder.
Raritan only picked up 2, so this is going to be a 47-yard field goal.
47-yard. Hey, now.
Guy who's been struggling with hip injuries. Let's see how good his leg is.
47-yarder. This is going to be quite a deep ball. Tyler Buckner in for the hold. Noah Burnett trying to see if he is fully healthy and get the Irish some points. The kick is up. It's a bit of a duck, but it's going to squeak through the uprights for an Irish field goal. And after all that, at the end of that final 90 seconds of that first half, the Irish lead 10-7.
Didn't see that coming.
Wow, I would not. Yeah, no.
I think everyone. We'll talk about the refs. We'll talk about the struggles of the Notre Dame offense. We'll talk about NC State tenaciously hanging in there. Those are all the things we talked about. But I just before we go to half, I got to say, Noah Burnett, class guy, and very clearly has a good leg, and very clearly not playing.
Reminiscent of Mitch Jeter last year, certainly.
Yes, but he toughed that one out. That was long, and it was low, and it was very, very close.
Yeah, that ball squeaks over the uprights as the refs get a nice shower of boos on the way out.
This is the football intelligence of this Notre Dame Stadium crowd. They did not miss to boo the Boise State refs when they walked off the field at the end of the game last time, and they did not miss to boo these refs off the field at halftime either. Like, they probably deserve it for the missed interception call.
Yep. So the Irish lead the Wolfpack 10-7 as we will take a break here for halftime. Mr. David Owens is going to be back with you for a halftime show here. But when we switch into the second half, Ryan Murphy's going to switch on to play-by-play for this final half of action here. I will switch to color. It's been a joy to be on the call with you here today. 10-7 the Irish lead heading into halftime. Chaotic end of that first half, but the Irish have a lead. Let's see if they can hang on to it and pull out a victory here at Notre Dame Stadium against the NC State Wolfpack, excuse me. Let's take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. WVFI Sports. 25 yards of total offense, but boy, does it not feel like it. I mean, the pass yards, and it's been proportional between, they're leading the pass yards by about 60 and the rush yards by about 30. So, again, proportional leads. Really doesn't feel like it as the Irish offense picks up right where it left off. Other than that hurry-up drive right at the end of the half with just a stall-out 3-and-out in their own territory.
NC State takes over on their own 32-yard line. We'll see what C.J. Bailey can cook up here. They look good to end that second quarter, really. He's got 2 receivers to his left, 1 to the right, and the running back off to the right. It's a handoff to Hollywood Smothers. The back, he cuts to the inside before he's quickly tackled over the 35-yard line by Botello.
Jordan Botello's been in there. Gets in there nice for a tackle there. He's been awful quiet this season, really. It's been not a lot of Jordan Botello, where it was really the start of last year where people were looking at him to make a big jump. He had an injury in there. He's back, and it's been a bit of rough sledding for him this season, but nice tackle there.
3-yard gain for Smothers, 2nd and 7 from the 35. 2 receivers to the left for Bailey. He throws across the left hash mark. Gray was in coverage, and he's waving that it's incomplete. Pass was intended for Wesley Grimes, and it is ruled incomplete.
3rd and 2 now for the Wolfpack.
Oh, it's ruled complete. My bad.
Wolf moving up the field. Again, this is really what we saw at the end of that first half from both the Irish and the Wolfpack, stalling out quickly for Notre Dame, and the Wolfpack not really skipping a beat coming into this second half.
NC State 4 of 10 on 3rd down. Ball on the 40-yard line, 3rd and 2. And are we going to get a timeout here? Oh, no, we're going to review it. Of course we are. That was the story of the end of the second quarter. And it doesn't take long for some of the boo birds to come out here, even though this is a review that would only be favorable for Notre Dame.
It's just the whole practice of it. The Notre Dame faithful is over it, I think.
They're just over the officiating, really. We'll get a look. They're showing it on the video board right now. I don't know. What do you see here, Ben?
I mean, that look's not showing you anything there. It seems like maybe the ball, this is a good look here. Christian Gray's hands are firmly in there, and the ball's bobbled, but it really looks like Grimes holds on to it the whole way.
David, you're shaking your head.
No, I think that's a good call. I think he held on to the whole way. Even though it did come loose from his body, it never touched the ground the way he rolled, and he was able to repossess at the time.
Real question
Looks like a catch to me.
How long is it going to take them? At least right now, the sun's setting on Notre Dame Stadium, so shadows covering most of the field from the 40 to the, the end of the end zone on the Notre Dame side of the field. Yeah, that's where the sun is. They've ruled the pass incomplete.
And then this one's overturned. Wow.
And that's a Bronx cheer right there,
yeah,
from the Notre Dame Stadium crowd.
Absolutely. So this one goes in favor of the Irish there. Now everything feels like a makeup call, but I just don't really know.
So that's a much longer 3rd down situation here. It's going to be 3rd and 6, so they back NC State up 4 yards after the reviewed play. Here comes the crowd. 3rd and 6 from the 35, 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left for Bailey. He's got a man in motion across the offensive line. It's Jolie, the tight end. Bailey takes the snap, steps back, foot on the 25. He's going long down the left sideline. He's got a man, but it is well out of the reach of the intended target, Noah Rogers, who kind of just flails his arms ahead. Good coverage from Christian Gray.
Yeah, Christian Gray gets away from that one there. C.J. Bailey just cannot connect with his man. Notre Dame pressure was coming in hard, but it was all on that right side. Bailey had plenty of room to his left to maybe roll out, but he liked to shot downfield to Rogers. Cannot connect with the Ohio State transfer.
A second punt here to start the 3rd quarter, so the game stays low scoring. And on for the punt is Caden Noonkester from the 35 of NC State. He gets to punt off fine. He hasn't had a great day, but this is probably his best. All the way down to the Notre Dame 10 is where Faison calls for a fair catch. Got to give a shout out here to the 6 guys dressed as minions in the front row, right down by where that pass went incomplete to Rogers. Props to them. They looked like they were having a good time. Ben, stalemate to start this start the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the Irish can get anything going here. I mean, they ran the hurry up, which definitely caught NC State off guard, but you're not going to do that in the very beginning of the third quarter here. The Irish need to find success, and they need to return to being able to drive down the field. It's something that they haven't done since that second drive, which ended, of course, on the 4th and 1 stoppage there. But they need to return to, I personally, what I think they should do is return to the skies. I mean, what they found success in early were those big plays downfield to Pauling. I mean, it was the big play to Fields that was called back. It was those kinds of plays that NC State didn't seem ready for. The physicality, the speed, the athleticism of these newfound Irish receivers.
See if Notre Dame can find that confidence back on the offensive side of the ball. When we come back, it's NC State 7, Notre Dame 10. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football on the voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI. Welcome back to Notre Dame Stadium. Ryan Murphy with Ben Rohr and David Owens. Notre Dame 10, NC State 7. This one stays weird.
Yeah, this one really picking up where it left off with the Irish finding minimal success there. They get away with one there where Christian Gray had some nice coverage and the ball is overturned to an incomplete pass, causing a long third down for the Wolfpack. But we got to see if the Irish can get something going on the offensive side of things.
A 3-and-out from each side to start the third quarter, and C.J. Carr offense back with the ball here inside, deep in their own end. Ball on the 10. First and 10, 2 receivers to each side and a tight end, 2 tight ends to each side of the offensive line. Hand off to the running back, Jadarian Price, who finds a hole, wrestling his way out across that 15-yard line. Impressive dodgy run again from Price.
You know, and I would love to see more of that from the Irish in this third quarter. I mean, the Jadarian Price, as I said, coming into the half, did not get a whole lot of action in the first 2 quarters of play. Jadarian Price was able to at least chunk it down the field whenever he was on said field. So something to look at.
42 yards and just 5 carries for Price. 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. 2nd and 5 from the 15 for Carr. He's got Washington in motion across the line. Now 2 tight ends to the right. Now Raritan in motion. They switch ends of the offensive line here. Here's the snap. Carr steps back, empty backfield, looking long down the right sideline, and a flag comes out as Fields was in coverage there, but wasn't much question. Looked like a hold there. Hey, Ben?
Yep. Malachi Fields, Devon Marshall on him, just quintessential PI there. Malachi Fields knows that he can win this battle and he can get a little hand fighting going, and if he does so, there's going to be no option for Marshall but to hold on to him.
Impressive part, Malachi almost made the catch there. 1st and 10 from the 30, just went off his right hand on the boundary. Irish get the first down anyways. See if they can capitalize off that. Ball on the 30-yard line. A break huddle here. 12:09 on the clock in the third quarter. Still 10-7 NC State. Trips to the left, tight to the offensive line, and then Fields is off on the numbers on the right. Price the running back as we await the snap. Carr claps. He takes the snap now. Steps back. He's under pressure. Look out. He's sacked. Carr brought down by Travali Price.
And the Wolfpack were in there immediately, Ryan. The offensive line collapsed there. Maybe just sort of miscommunication, or just an overpowering, because the Wolfpack had no trouble getting in there.
2.5 sacks now on the year for Price. And it's going to be a 2nd and 15, loss of 5 on the play. So ball on the 25-yard line, 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Awkwardly quiet at Notre Dame Stadium right now, an uncomfortable quiet, if you will. Carr claps twice. Handoff goes to Price here. He runs right up the middle. He pretty much makes up for the sack, but it's going to bring up 3rd down and 6.
12.
Ball up to the 29-yard line.
Yeah, the Irish.
Sorry, 3rd and 12. Way off.
Well, quite a bit of lost yardage there on the sack, and that really just did not even give the Irish a chance.
I didn't realize how much yards Carr lost. Trip to the left and a receiver to the right. Price off to the right of the running back. 3rd and 12 from the 28, and a flag comes out as the ball is snapped.
The Wolfpack jumping up and down a little bit might be in favor of the visitors.
They just look disoriented. Notre Dame's offense does in a way they, honestly, the way they certainly didn't to start the game. It is offense offside against Ashton Craig, the center.
Wow.
How does the center go offside?
It beats me. I mean, and they're showing Trouth on the video board here. I really don't know what happened there. Where, I mean,
wow. Trips to the left, empty to the right, and Jadarian Price to the right of C.J. Carr. 3rd and 17 from the 23. Carr steps back, looking long down the left sideline. He's got to scramble out of the pocket, throws over the middle. He's got a man cutting to the inside. His face on. He's not there. He's 3 yards short of the line to gain. The Irish have a decision to make here.
Really nice move there from Jordan Faison, breaking that first tackle, almost not even close. But it seems like the Irish are going to jog on the punt unit nonetheless.
Wow. I mean, C.J. Carr looked to the sideline like he wanted that. He wanted that. But they haven't done much to engender confidence here today, although Notre Dame showing some motion here. And it's Buckner under center here. 4th and 2 with ball in the 38, and he does snap it. And he takes it himself. He's got the first down. Unbelievable. Tyler Buckner, quarterback keeper, and he stays out there under center. Notre Dame goes hurry up, and now do we have a timeout? We do. And the Notre Dame coaching staff comes off the sideline, pumped up. And you know what I love even more? I love that he stayed. There was no panic that they got it. Stayed under center, and he was ready to take that snap.
Wow, Tyler Buckner under center for Notre Dame in the Big 2025. A headline I didn't really think I'd hear. But, wow, that's just excellent coaching there. That is a play that they have run a lot in practice.
Was that?
You can tell.
That was not an NC State timeout. I have no idea what that stoppage was for.
It seemed like it was maybe something about the game clock because they reset it, and now it's running again.
Gets C.J. Carr back in the game. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Notre Dame keeps this drive alive. 1st and 10 from their own 41. Jadarian Price, the running back. 9:44 on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Carr steps back, looks long down the left sideline. Nice catch over there. Sliding out of bounds. I think that might have been K.K. Smith.
K.K. Smith, I said pregame. I was watching K.K. Smith catch passes pregame, and I went, he's catching it like he's going to get out there today, and there it is. K.K. Smith, like he's running a million times, comes out to the flat.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 1st and 10 from their own 49, or the NC State 49 for Notre Dame. Carr steps back, looks right, scrambling again, now throws long over the middle towards Raridan. Double coverage, and the ball is batted away, and a flag comes out.
Wow, this would be a huge play. Raridan up there by the 15. A risky throw from Carr, but maybe he was trying to draw attention to the PI. And there's the
pass
PI.
interference against 33.
Kenny Soares Jr.
But Assad Brown and Caden Fordham were the 2 in coverage.
Wow. A fascinating.
Oh, no, I'm wrong.
Soares was on there. Soares
was on
there.
Sloppy drive all around from both teams. 2nd PI call against NC State keeps the drive going for Notre Dame. 1st and 10 from the Wolfpack 34. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Carr under center with Price to his right, and it's a handoff to Price. Hole on the left side. He runs up to the 32-yard line, rather. Short gain for Price.
Wow, and it feels like finally we're getting a breather here on this drive on what has been a crazy high-paced drive from the Irish. Maybe they realized that's what was successful at the end of the first half.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 2nd and 7 from the 31 for Carr, who points off to his right. Something with the defense there. It's a handoff to Price again. Hole on the left side. He's got way more. He got the first down in across the 20-yard line. Jadarian having himself a game.
Jadarian Price really finding some success. He was at 8 yards a carry. I mean, this has really been what has been working for the Irish so far.
There's a man down on the opposite side of the field for NC State here. And it is Kenny Soares. You notice something with Jadarian Price, though.
Yeah, I think really the Irish are taking notes from the Detroit Lions here, and they're starting to use Price and Love, like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. We're starting to see signs of Sonic and Knuckles, where Price really getting those longer plays where he's starting to extend the drive, while Love is more the punch it through the middle guy and try to muscle his way through. So I'm really liking how they're using both guys equally for different occasions.
Price, 8 carries, 59 yards. Love, 12 carries, 32 yards.
Yeah,
Price Soares being attended to down on the field here.
Price with a very impressive yards a carry right now, and you're seeing that effect on this drive still. I mean, he rips off that long run right at the start of his time in the game, but this drive, he has really been able to punch through that NC State front seven that has been really, really containing this Irish offense very, very well. Sebastian Harsh, Cleveland Brandon, Travali Price, all struggling with Jadarian Price right now. And it's I think it's a testament to the offensive line, who've definitely improved immensely. Just over 7 yards, just under 7.5 yards a carry for Price. This offensive line for Notre Dame has improved immensely from week one. It's a unit that you can tell is finally gelling together. Bunch of guys who have really been out there for quite some time. Yeah. Anthony Knapp, Billy Strouth, huge part of the unit 2 years ago. But Emil Wagner's, Ashton Craig, and Styles Prescott really getting looks.
Yeah, it's actually impressive. Price, I think it's 7.375 yards per carry. That's his average is 7.4. That's 7.4. He's hitting his average. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
That's rare.
We're gonna keep it here for you as Soares is off the field. So thinking with him, he's into the 10th right now. Notre Dame has 1st and 10, ball on the 20, and if they could move ahead by 2 scores in this ball game, it would be big. I thought the momentum had turned with that field goal at halftime. I really did, because Notre Dame, I sort of expected them to come out and punch one in to start the half. They didn't. This game is still very much in doubt.
Yeah, it seems like this drive finally, maybe Denbrock and Freeman were like, all right, throw it all out the window. What did we do that worked? And it was that play right before, it was that drive right before the end of the half where they were moving quickly, moving through the air, going to the ground, then to the air, and just sort of not letting NC State set their feet. And it seemed like they finally are like, all right, well, that worked. Let's try it again. And that's what we've seen on this drive, which has been very successful so far.
Yeah, we knew that Notre Dame's offense would face adversity at some point, and I think there's no doubt now between this game and Boise State that they're facing that adversity. They've got 1st and 10 on the edge of the red zone here. On the 20-yard line, 2 receivers to the right and 1 to the left for Carr. Price remains out there. Washington now comes tight to the offensive line. Handoff to Price. He runs right up behind those tight ends and manages just a short gain down to the 18-yard line.
And this has really been Notre Dame's best drive since the second one of the game. 9 plays, 70 yards, 4.5 minutes. Finally really chunking away at the third quarter. They ticks below 8 minutes. I mean, the Irish finally finding some control in this game again.
2nd and 8, ball on the 18. Notre Dame threatening, up 10-7 in this game. Carr happy to take plenty of time as Raritan walks to the right of the offensive line. Here's the snap, handoff to Price. He runs up for another short gain, maybe another 2-yard run there for Price up behind the offensive line.
Cleveland Brandon in there, the big nose tackle. Really, he's caused some problems there for the Irish.
He has, and he kept Price from getting any sort of gains. This is going to be 3rd and 8 for Notre Dame. Irish on 3rd down, just 2 of 9 in this game. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Price off to the right. Fields is the boundary receiver on the right side. It's got Raritan, KK Smith, and Jordan Faison out to the left. No Will Pauling out there as the clock ticks down to 8 seconds. Some motion for the Irish. Price now off to the left of Carr. He claps twice. Here's the snap. Carr steps back, sets his feet, throws over the middle. Touchdown! Touchdown Irish. It's KK Smith. His first career touchdown, I believe. And an Irish uniform, first career touchdown for KK Smith. And it's 16-7.
KK Smith heard me up here in the booth talking about him because he is having himself a day, the guy that you do not expect to see. But, I mean, that's what happened when Jaden Greathouse goes down. You got to find the options. KK Smith making a play for that spot. What an amazing play. Came across the middle there, had his man beat the whole way.
I mean, I just want to, we have an injured NC State player down on the field, so I just sort of want to take the audience in on the joke, if you will. We were talking about it beforehand, and you were like, no way, he's getting many receptions today.
Right.
And he's had two of the biggest.
Oh, for sure.
Two of the biggest catches this game.
Yes.
Well, guys, he's played 11 games so far in his career, and he has only had 2 separate games, including this one, where he's had multiple catches. He just completed his career high for yards. Previously, it was 25 against Stanford, now with 28 in this game alone.
Yeah, really, really impressive day from KK Smith, having himself a career day, hopefully sign of things to come in the future. This NC State player seems to be getting up gingerly.
Yeah, it's J.J. Johnson who's being helped off. Certainly seems to be favoring that right leg. Not sure what happened there on the touchdown play, but
the grad student, Georgia State, Mississippi Delta Community College transfer, seems to be heading to the tent with a little bit of issue.
Burnett on for the extra point. And what a big touchdown that is. It often does come from, those you don't expect. You don't expect. And they went to commercial break on TV because of the injury in between the touchdown and the extra point, which seems like a real mistake from Peacock. And now the crew chief official is over there talking with the Peacock coordinator down on the field level. I'm not sure he can do anything about this. Who's got the clock out.
A simple
well, it looks like we're going to take a quick break here, too. I mean, this is what happens, I guess, when streaming.
Yeah, it's Peacock show. They can do kind of whatever they want. They're not really beholden to a schedule on Peacock.
Well, while we're at it, I mean, we might as well look at a little upset alerts going in around the college football world. Currently at halftime, Tennessee is tied with Arkansas, 17-17.
Big Suey.
Yeah.
Big win for the Irish.
The Razorbacks could make a huge case. That would drop Tennessee below Notre Dame, assuming the Irish can
that would be great for Notre Dame on multiple levels. What else is going on, David?
At the same time, Indiana currently still up against Oregon, 13-10. Still 9 minutes left in that third quarter. Oregon with the ball, but the Hoosiers are holding their ground right now.
Yeah, and that was a late field goal, I believe, to put Indiana ahead at halftime there, 13-10.
Exactly right, and I'll go with one more. Texas up against Oklahoma in the Red River,
hey now.
10-6. There's been 3 total field goals in that game. Arch Manning finally put up a touchdown.
What's the time left in that game?
There is currently 6 minutes, so about halfway through that third quarter.
Wow.
Quarter and a half to go.
Right.
Texas with the ball up by 4.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have said, I said this to a few people at Notre Dame television yesterday. I think Texas is gonna win that game. It's just what would happen.
Yeah. Even with Mateer back, 2 interceptions on the game so far.
Wow, yeah.
I'm sure other student radios around the country in those games are talking about this score the exact same way.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe it's just us because Notre Dame is looking up at so many teams, and their postseason fate depends on so many teams falling. Burnett on there for the extra point. We're back from TV timeout. And ready for the PAT. Snap, hold, kick is well and good from Noah Burnett. And it's 17-7 officially. They announced in the commercial break that it was KK Smith's first career touchdown. And he got a nice applause from this Notre Dame crowd, which finally gets to do some touchdown push-ups for the first time since the first quarter.
Yes, it's the very first drive of the game. Finally, the Irish fans get to exercise their arms a little bit. Looking at a guy doing push-ups with his baby up at the top of the bowl here. It's the vibes seem to be returning a little bit to Notre Dame Stadium.
18-yard touchdown pass, scoring drive, 11 plays, 90 yards in 5 minutes and 56 seconds for C.J. Carr's Notre Dame offense. That is the longest drive of this game for the Irish and the Wolfpack, actually, the longest drive of the game total.
Yeah, definitely a return to form for the Irish there, where even when it was, as you said, a little bit of a sloppy drive for both teams, with both teams having multiple penalties on the drive, the Irish actually able to find a little bit of success with an unfamiliar face, not someone you would expect, KK Smith. Love to see it.
Eric Schmidt is on for the kickoff. Kicking from left to right across your radio. It's hobbled down there by Jaden Scott on the goal line, but he's taken the fair catch. So
yeah, a little
the
bit
student
of
section had
on
something
kick.
to say about that down there.
A little bit of mustard on that kick there. Scott had a little bit of trouble, but he comes brings it in comfortably. They'll start from the 25. On this drive, you got to wonder if they get Hollywood Smothers going here in this game. I mean, you just take a look at the stats, and, you know, Hollywood Smothers, only 29 yards. He's got only 9 attempts, only 29 yards, and a long of 6. I mean, this has really been an impressive scheme for Hollywood Smothers by the Notre Dame defense.
First and 10 from the 25, one receiver to the right and one to the left. And they throw an out route here. It is complete for a short gain there to Jackson.
Yeah, and on Leonard Moore, really impressive tackle there. You're just not going to get a whole lot after the catch with Leonard Moore flying in there. Great wrap up from out of bounds. Don't get a lot.
A little bit more than a short gain, 5 yards actually. Nope, they bring it back to 4. So 2nd and 6 on the 29. One receiver to the right, 2 to the left. They're all sort of tight to the offensive line. Jackson in motion left to right now. And stepping back here is Bailey. He looks right. He's got his man. I think that's Smothers over there with the catch. Wheels around a man and gets out across the 37-yard line before he's tackled by Johnson.
Kingston Viliamuasa punches the ground there, getting in on the dog pile. Not happy with his coverage there. Not happy with this near miss tackle here. Good to see that firepower, but the Irish allowing a little bit of movement here for the Wolfpack.
First down, NC State, and freaking out over there on the left side of the Irish defense is Sneed. NC State tight again. This time it's a handoff. Smothers goes back to Bailey, who makes the catch, but he's immediately tackled and thrown out of bounds by junior Tuihalamaka. 5 yards short of the line of scrimmage.
It seemed like maybe the Irish heard something that they knew was going to be a trick play there.
Jalen Sneed knew it.
Because Jalen Sneed was barking out orders, move, 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 and they adjust accordingly. Junior Tuihalamaka makes an amazing tackle to stop what would have been a nice play for the Wolfpack, but it seemed like the Irish heard something they recognized.
That might have been a lot of Mike Mickens. You saw him just fire up Kingston Viliamuasa. I mean, he was really into that play, really trying to motion his players around. Worked out well for Notre Dame.
2nd and 14 from the 34. 3 receivers to the right, none to the right. Bailey steps back. He's looking to left quickly under pressure. Backing up to the 15. Flag comes out. Patello's on him. He's just going to have to throw it away down the right sideline. See what the flag's all about.
If I had to guess, I think this is going to be a little bit of holding on the NC State offensive line. Junior Tuihalamaka was in there quick.
It's got to be.
It seemed like there was a little bit of holding to stop him from taking out C.J. Bailey.
Yep, it's Teague Anderson, transfer from Utah State. This drive's just imploding right now for NC State. 3rd and 14 from their own 34.
All of a sudden, the Irish defense have come alive, and they have found something they like.
Here comes the crowd. 5 minutes and 5 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter. Irish 17, NC State 7. 3rd and 14 from the 34-yard line. 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Hollywood Smothers is the running back off to the right. Sorry, it's not Smothers. As Bailey takes a step back, he's under pressure again, has to scramble right. He's just going to tuck it and run. Out across the 35-40, runs out of bounds. He's well short of the first down marker, probably about 2 or 3 yards short. The running back there was Jaden Scott.
Adon Schuler making the stop. Maybe the first time we've said his name today. Bit of a quiet game for him, but a big stop there.
4th and 4, ball on the 44. And it does look like the punt unit's going to come out here. Interesting choice for Dave Doran. He's not panicked. Doesn't feel the need to go for this yet.
Yeah, and what has been decidedly a very rushed game for both teams and sort of a panicky game for both teams. NC State slows down the tempo. They're going to get back to the Irish.
A punt from the 44-yard line. Unkester's on. He gets the boot away. Another good punt. It's down towards the goal line, and it is going to bounce into the end zone.
Good read from Jordan Faison there. He would have caught it around the 3-yard line. Instead chooses to let it roll back into the end zone, give the Irish the ball at the 20.
All right, so the Irish add to their total and then stop NC State. They'll get the ball back to try to put some breathing room between them and the Wolfpack. When we come back, you're listening to Fighting Irish Football on the voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI. Irish get the ball back here, up 2 scores, looking to add to it. You've got your eye on someone in particular, David Owens.
Well, one player I really wanted to highlight that doesn't get a lot of credit is Eli Raridan, really stepping up in the tight end game, and he's had an interesting story. He is the son of Scott Raridan, a former Irish offensive lineman and long snapper. Eli was actually born during Scott Raridan's sophomore year on the team, and since then he's grown up in Irish ever since. Before this season, he played 28 games with Notre Dame, hadn't gotten a game with over 50 receiving yards this season alone. He is currently in his 3rd.
Wow. What a story there for the Raridan family.
Great reporting, David. Thank you very much. 4:15 to go in the 3rd. Irish up 17-7. And three receivers to the right, 1 to the left for CJ Carr. Ball on the 20-yard line. That's what I was missing. I was like, where is the ball? I didn't say that. And the back in the game is Jeremiah Love after Janarian Price handled that last drive for the Irish. There's the snap, first play of the drive. Carr looking long, down the middle of the field. He's got Pauling, and it is knocked away. Very nearly intercepted on the NC State side of the field by Jackson Vick down on the 45-yard line.
Yeah, really, really great read from Jackson Vick there. That ball was put in nicely. It needs to be a little bit to the left there for Pauling to be able to haul it in, but a really nice read from Vick as he was able to figure that out and stop that.
2nd and 10 from the 20 now. 2 receivers to each side. Now Raridan comes tight to the offensive line. 4:09 on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. And it's a handoff to Love. This time he's going to go to the outside. He's got space. Love across the 30, across the 35, 40. Lowers the head. He's tackled outside the 43. That's that big run we've been looking for today from Jeremiah.
Really impressive there. He realized what needed to be done there. It's really the first time we've seen Jeremiah Love go outside today. He had a hole in the middle there, but he realized he had more room, he had more green in front of him on the outside, and now we have another injured NC State player over there.
Yeah, it's just maybe a case of attrition. It was the tackler. It must have been, because the NC State player that's over there is out of bounds, and it's Travali. Is it Travali Price?
It wasn't even the tackler there.
No.
With the tackler.
No, it's not the tackler. You're right, because the tackler was not him, Ronnie Royal.
Well, guys, just during this break, we might as well go over Jeremiah Love's stats. 56 rushing yards on this game. That just put him over the career mark of 2,000 yards, and 56 on the dot gives him 500 rushing yards this season alone, really making his case as a Heisman contender still.
Wow, really impressive Jeremiah Love. Congrats to him. What a milestone to hit, as it seems like Kenny Soares, for the 2nd time today, goes down hard on the Notre Dame sideline for the Wolfpack. Number 33 there.
He's running off on his own accord, which is good to see. He was walking with the trainers and then basically left them in the dust, hustling off to the sideline. So 1st and 10, Irish on their own 44-yard line after that big run from Jeremiah Love. Always electrifies this crowd. 1 receiver to the left and 2 to the right here for CJ Carr. Looking to put some cushion between his squad and NC State. Pauling in motion from right to left now. Carr steps back, looks left, now looks right, plenty of time, airs the ball out. Easy catch for Smith inside the 45, 35, 30, down to the 25. He's pushed out of bounds. KK Smith coming alive with his 3rd catch of the day.
3rd catch of the day. Really impressive day for KK Smith before being brought down by Assad Brown, who had the pick. But what a day for KK Smith. He's come alive out of nowhere.
Irish go hurry up here. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Ball on the NC State 25. It's a handoff to Love. Stutter step, finds the hole, up the middle, barrels over a tackle, down to the 12-yard line. 1st down, Irish.
Jeremiah Love hits that 2,000-yard mark. Everything else has just changed now as he drives down the field for a 2nd consecutive nice Notre Dame offensive drive here.
1st and 10 from the 12 for the Irish. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Love pointing at the right side of the offensive line. That's where Eli Raridan is. We're awaiting the snap here. Carr claps his hands. Here it comes. Steps back, throws over the middle. It's caught into the end zone. Touchdown, Irish. Will Pauling stays hot. His 3rd touchdown in as many games. His 4th of the year, or essentially his 4th touchdown in as many games. I'm sorry. And there is an injured Irish player down on the field.
And Pauling, it seems like, let's take a look at this injury here, but it seems like that is a play that they know they can run. That quick slant with Pauling, maybe with Fields, and they find success with it again. Seems to be an offensive lineman for the Irish. Let's see, maybe by process of elimination we can figure out who it is.
I think it may be Billy Schrouth.
It's Ashton Craig,
It's
the center,
Craig,
number 70, who last year went out with a season-ending knee injury in the Purdue game. So not what you want to see there
And
as an
the thing
Irish
that
fan.
concerns me is Marcus Freeman was out there fast.
Yes.
I mean, he's out there with Ashton Craig right now. And Craig being helped to
Come
his
on.
feet. Looks like he's all right. Gets a pat on the head from Marcus.
Ashton Craig, a great guy. I've had many a class with him. Always a good time to have him in a classroom. Hopefully he's all right. He seems to be walking off under his own power completely. Hopefully he's all right after what was a devastating injury last season.
Second straight Notre Dame touchdown. Second straight injury delay after the ball crossed the plane. Will Pauling has this one. It's his second score of the afternoon. No, first score of the afternoon. So it is 3 touchdowns in as many games. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place here. Burnett on for the extra point. And just awaiting the kick now. Vinci is the long snapper. Buckner the holder. The snap, the hold. Kick is good. Irish 24, NC State 7. And maybe we can relax a little bit now, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to note Sullivan Apsher was out there on the offensive line for that extra point. Might see a little bit more of him now in this second half after the Ashton Craig injury. But yeah, absolutely. Irish fans can absolutely exhale now. 24-7, a comfortable lead here for the Irish. Just under 3 minutes play in third quarter time. Now you just try and bleed it off the clock for Notre Dame. Another successful slant there to Pauling. The Irish like that play, and it works once again.
Scoring drive for the Irish. 12-yard touchdown pass to Will Pauling in 5 plays, 80 yards, 1:28. So the Irish go long drive and then a rather quick drive to put some room between them and NC State. 14 points in this third quarter are the difference. And we go right back to the kickoff on the 35-yard line. Schmidt is out there. He raises that left hand, 3 steps away from the ball. Now he approaches, and the ball is in the air down the right side of the field. Fair catch called for by Jaden Scott.
Good catch on the kickoff and bring the ball to this play.
And NC State, this has got to be a do-or-die drive now for them. 2:46 left to go in the third quarter, don't you think?
Absolutely here, Ryan. 24-7, that is starting to be a lead that you cannot come back from, especially in this environment, especially against this team with this amount of time left. NC State really, they've injured themselves a little bit here. I mean, injuries aside, but the penalties, the sloppy play, after what was a really tight second quarter from the Wolfpack, really started to struggle here.
Go time is now for C.J. Bailey, Hollywood Smothers and company. First and 10 from the 25, down 24-7. It's a handoff to Smothers to start the drive. He's dodging his way out across the 30, out across the 35 now. It takes a whole coterie of Notre Dame players to bring him down there, very close to the first down marker.
Really impressive run there from Smothers, and you said it, Ryan. It took what was quite genuinely 5 Golden Domes to wrestle him to the ground finally. Adon Schuler was in there. Osbury was in there. An impressive crew, an impressive run.
And it does move the chains, a 10-yard run for Smothers. I mean, he just barely got across that first down marker. 1 receiver to the right, 3 to the left. Ball in the 35 now for NC State. Needs a big drive here. Bailey fakes the handoff, throws left side. It's caught to Jackson. He's out across the monogram now. Tackled at the 50. First down, NC State again.
I mean, and that's what we haven't really seen a lot of from NC State, are these quick fire passes. You've seen a lot of the run game. You've seen them take deep shots, which have worked less so, but you have not really seen these quick passes from NC State. Maybe Notre Dame not ready for that there.
Third catch for Jackson. That's tied among the team leaders. He's got 57 yards. That is the team leader. Trips to the right and 1 to the left for Bailey. Ball on the 50, first down. He steps back under some pressure. Pocket collapsing, and he's sacked.
And the ball came out there, Ryan. Bailey able to dive on it, but there's a bit of a scrum going on.
This is looking like school kids in the schoolyard right now, kind of pushing each other for the ball. I did not see the ball come out, so that's a great pickup from you, Ben.
Yeah, the ball popped out. Joshua Burnham, who was in that scrum there with the NC State defender, Boubacar Traore, they were all over him with just not enough time left.
Wow.
As nothing was open for C.J. Bailey. There's the ball out. He's able to dive on it.
Loss of 13, a big sack from Burnham and Traore. Now it's 2nd and 22. Bailey steps back. He throws short over the middle. It's caught by Scott, and he's wrapped up quickly by Osbury and Schuler.
Impressive zone coverage there from the Irish. You could tell all they wanted to do was keep the Wolfpack in front of them. Not a tight man-to-man, but they played it perfectly there. Nothing got behind them. And it's going to be a 3rd and very long for the Wolfpack.
3rd and very long indeed. 15 yards to be exact. Ball on that 44. Time running out here on the 3rd quarter. We'll see if NC State gets the snap off before time runs out. Doesn't look like they're in any rush to. Now Bailey approaches the line. Clock down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He claps his hands, and that's it. The officials come off the sideline waving their arms, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter here at Notre Dame Stadium. It's Irish 24, Wolfpack 7. We've got the 4th quarter coming up. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football on the voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI. Living on a prayer to start the 4th quarter. Luckily, at this point in the game, Notre Dame doesn't seem to be living on just a prayer. They put some room between them and NC State as we welcome you back inside our beautiful booth here at Notre Dame Stadium. You're listening to WVFI. My name's Ryan Murphy alongside Ben Rohr and David Owens. The sun setting here pretty much only on us at this point. The rest of the stadium's in the shade. We're getting those last rays, which fine. The October sun is still hot here in Indiana.
Yeah, we're getting blasted up here in the booth, and everyone else is having a nice cool evening. But you know what? Not worth complaining about here, right?
Not at all.
Nice.
3rd down for NC State, and it's a big one. Ball on the 44-yard line, their own 44-yard line, and they need this. Down 24-7. 3rd and 15. 2 receivers to the right, or two receivers to the left, 3 to the right, and an empty backfield for Bailey. He steps back, immediately pressured. Look out, he's got no options. Throws quickly, and is hit right away. He hit Smalleywood Smothers, and then junior Drake Bowen came out of the flat, and that's about as hard as a hit you're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, excellent zone defense there from the Irish. You had Leonard Moore floating up in the left corner, Drake Bowen holding down that zone right there short, and there was just nothing for the Wolfpack, and a bit of a hospital ball there from C.J. Bailey. 4th and 11, the Wolfpack are going for it. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. This is pretty much the ball game early in this 4th quarter. Smothers off to the left. Bailey steps back, pressured again. He's got room, throws over the middle. It's picked off! Intercepted by Schuler. He runs left across the 50, 45, 40, runs into some tackles, 30, down to the 25. He's still going across the 20-yard line. Adon Schuler with the pick. That's going to seal this football game for the Irish. And just amazing from the Notre Dame defense. C.J. Bailey is panicked immediately there, has no idea what to do, tries to step up into the pocket, make a confident throw, and he runs into a whole lot of it on Schuler immediately there. I mean, just trying to lob one over the top, and that is just not going to fly against this Notre Dame defense late in the game. Adon Schuler makes him pay and has one of the more impressive pick returns we've seen this season. He looked like he really wanted to go all the way. Absolutely. 1st and 10, Irish from the 17. Interception by Adon Schuler sets up the Notre Dame offense in good territory. 2 to the right, 1 to the left for Carr. It's a handoff to Price. He's got some space. Tried to run up behind the offensive line there, but not much room as he hit the 15.
That's only Adon Schuler's 4th interception of his career. The 2nd highest return. His last was 46 yards against Virginia last year. This year, able to pick up a 44-yard carry after picking off C.J. Bailey. Yeah, really impressive. Adon Schuler, a guy that people looked to maybe replace Xavier Watts, and I think he's making a case to do just that. He needs to up that game-breaking ability, maybe a little bit of Watts, but with plays like that, he is well on his way. Injured NC State player down to the field right now. This is something we've seen quite a bit of here in this second half in particular, and it just seems the attrition maybe getting to the Wolfpack here late in this one. They're already a team that's dealt a lot with injuries this season. But great to see there for Adon Schuler and Notre Dame's, secondary, and even the defense as a whole, just struggling for turnovers and sacks early in the season. That's their 9th total interception, and obviously they had quite a few last weekend as well. Yeah, absolutely. Seems like this NC State guy, seems to be able to run off. Seems to be something with the shoulder there, and that's Kenny Soares once again. Oh no, I mean, what a day. He's gonna head into the 10. That is the 3rd time that Kenny, just specifically him, has been down on the field there for the NC State defense. Sloan with a big tackle there. I thought it might have been him. He wrapped up Price immediately, but no, it was Soares once. Kenny Soares, a Northwestern transfer, spent 2 years there, went to Avon Old Farms High School in Connecticut. Fun fact, that's where my brother went. Whoa. 2 receivers to the right, and Raridan in motion, so now there's 1 receiver to the left. Now Washington and Raridan both to the right end of that offensive line. It's a handoff for Price. He runs off to the right side, trying to get to the outside. He breaks a tackle across the 20. Well, that 20, if you were paying attention, is actually behind the line of scrimmage. So he got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a loss of 1 on the play. Gain of 1? Wow, yeah, I can't believe that. Really impressive there. He was behind the line of scrimmage immediately. Mullins all over him. Just too many Wolfpack all over him there. It was a team of 4 that was on him almost immediately. You gotta wonder, maybe Ashton Craig's absence is being felt now, as only Billy Shrouth was over there with him. 3rd and 9. So it's a loss of 1 on the Price run. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. See if Notre Dame can add to that total. Empty backfield here for Carr, who's got his feet on the 21-yard line. Claps twice, takes the snap, looking right. A lob up to the corner of the end zone, and it is out of bounds and out of the reach of Malachi Fields. Good coverage in there by Devin Marshall. Devin Marshall, probably the crown jewel of this NC State secondary. Playing a nice game, had a big penalty earlier in the game. Couldn't hold Malachi Fields on the near side here with that PI, but that time great coverage, ball out of the reach of Fields. Joe Otting, I want to note, has replaced Ashton Craig in that center position. Joe Otting, he's a guy who's, he's a redshirt sophomore, 6'4", 308. Not the worst option to fall back on, but
Definitely
It's
an
a
absence there.
notable development. Field goal units on. It'll be a 33-yard kick for Burnett with the ball in the 16. Snap, hold, kick is in the air, and it is good. Noah Burnett pops through his second field goal of the game, and he stays perfect this season, 5 for 5. It's Irish 27, NC State 7.
Noah Burnett stays perfect on the season. Doesn't seem like a statistic. That would be right with the injury troubles he's faced. But, makes the big one before the half, and then another good one there to just pile on the lead to 20 now for the Irish, with plenty of time left in this fourth quarter.
12:48 left to go, and it's going to be party time here at Notre Dame Stadium the rest of the way on this beautiful October football Saturday. Irish 27, NC State 7. We'll have the rest of the ball game when we come back. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football on the voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI.
Providing them
Sun setting on Notre Dame Stadium. Irish are up 27-7. And they'll be kicking off to the NC State Wolfpack after the Noah Burnett field goal. His second of the game. This game really getting away from the NC State Wolfpack late. It was 10-7 at halftime. Irish scored 2 third quarter touchdowns. And now the field goal to put themselves ahead by 20. Eric Schmidt's on for the kickoff. He'll kick from right to left across your radio. So glad you decided to join us here on a picturesque fall afternoon at Notre Dame. There's really very few things better than walking around campus and the cool crisp in the air in the morning, and then it's all the build up to the football game in the afternoon. It's a truly beautiful place this school is. Kick is in the air, end over end towards the end zone, and a fair catch called for by Jaden Scott. David Owens, first broadcast experience for you up here in the booth. How's it been?
I mean, it's been amazing. Really just getting to see the whole atmosphere from an aerial view. This Notre Dame stadium can get absolutely electric, especially when the officiating is a little 50-50. We've gotten to see Notre Dame really light up, seen their aggression from a Catholic school, not something you see often, but Notre Dame really finding their groove again. It's really been an impressive story from the defensive battle. I mean, there's a reason why Adon Schuler is the only sophomore captain on the team. First pick of the season, hoping to get another one here.
We've really seen it all here. First down NC State on the 25. It's a handoff to Smothers. He rumbles up and ahead out across the 33-yard line. Short game, not going to be good enough for a first down. I don't mean to say, by the way, this is your first broadcast experience. First broadcast experience at Notre Dame. I should clarify here with us at WVFI. So glad you're with us. Ben Rohr is around too. He'll be back in a minute.
He's here somewhere.
Two receivers to the left, one to the right for Bailey. 2nd and 3. Handoff to Smothers. He runs the left side and he's collapsed over there. A very short gain.
Back to the line of scrimmage.
Gabe Rubio got in there with the tackle, and it'll bring up 3rd and 3.
how about Kingston Viliamiasu? I mean, we've seen him fly over the field. I think every single tackle you've seen him at least be around in that situation. Last game started his season high with 8 tackles, already 5 on this game.
3rd and 3 for the Wolfpack, ball on their own 32-yard line. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Bailey steps back, he scrambles to the right. Look out, pocket collapsing. Tuialamaka's on him, he lofts it up, and it's intercepted by Kingston Viliamiasu, who lowers the head down at the 15-yard line. He's pushed out of bounds. There is a flag on the play. It was Junior Tuialamaka who brought the coverage, and then it was lofted over the top by Bailey right into the arms of Viliamiasu. No one was around. Great call from you, David. You were just saying a moment ago how good he's been. We'll see what the flag's all about here, though.
Yeah, Kingston Viliamiasu really been all over the field. On the offense, so that doesn't overturn anything.
No, and it was after the interception, too. So Kingston Viliamiasu has the pick.
Look at him get into a swagger, catches that ball, rolls down the field, and hits that little Dexter Lawrence, the sexy Dexy. He's getting in his groove, and Notre Dame starting to roll down the field in good range once again.
2nd career interception for Viliamiasu. The first
at Purdue, of course.
That's exactly right. You and I were on the call, Ben.
A year ago and some change.
Yeah, a year ago and some change. That's exactly right.
Yep. Kingston Viliamiasu. He's just, again, similar to Adon Schuler, just too good for C.J. Bailey to lob that up like that. 2 straight interceptions thrown by Bailey, the Irish offense, at the 19-yard line. They took over at the 17-yard line before hitting that field goal last drive. The first play goes to Jadarian Price, who's all wrapped up a handful of Wolfpack players. Bailey came into the game with 4 interceptions on the season, so he's got his 5th and 6th this game. He was 5th in the FBS in completion percentage, 1st in the ACC coming into the game. His completion percentage today, not quite as good. 57%. It was at 75 coming in. Yeah, he's been an elite quarterback. I mean, over 1,600 yards coming into today. It's nothing to sneeze at there.
2nd and 8, 1 receiver to each side. Carr goes right corner of the end zone. It's a battle, and it's knocked out of the hands of Faison. By that back pylon, again, Devon Marshall. Notre Dame has had challenges throwing at him today. They'll bring up 3rd and 8, ball in the 17.
Yeah, Devon Marshall putting together a nice game today. Really just has the 1 penalty against him. Other than that, the only time we've said his name is when we're acknowledging some amazing coverage.
Yeah. 3rd and 8, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Price still the running back in the game. Irish trying to add to their 27-7 lead with 10:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. Carr steps up to the offensive line, barking out orders here, motions Faison to the inside. Carr over the middle, caught by Raritan. It's a 1st down to the 5. He's tackled at the 4. 1st and goal coming up.
And, you know, David talked about Eli Raritan earlier in the 2nd half, where he's really been a crucial part of this offense, especially for Notre Dame, where this is a bit of a down year for tight ends. I mean, he's really the only guy. You know, last year you got him, Mitchell Evans, and then Cooper Flanagan, who goes down in the middle of the season last year, still anticipating his return. But he's really the only tight end out there for Notre Dame these days, and he's still incredibly productive.
6 catches today for Raritan. 1st and goal from the 3. Hand off to Price, trying to run up the middle. Good stuff by the NC State front line there.
Now, I've read off a lot of numbers, but just getting an overall feel of the game, it looks like Raritan really just put in an extra dimension to this offense. We've seen a lot of running down the middle and a lot of aired out balls. He's starting to find that middle ground where he can get some short receptions, pick up those 1st downs, now getting closer within the red zone.
Yeah, and this is an NC State team that struggles with tight ends. We'll see what happens in this play.
2nd and goal from the 2. 1 receiver to each side, 2 tight ends on the offensive line. Hand off to Price. He runs left, runs into a tackler, and he's pushed down again at the 1. Gain of 1 and a 3rd down coming up. And did the ball come out? It did. And NC State's got it.
Wow. Let's take a look at that here. See what happens. The ball coming out. Jadarian Price lowers his head quickly and is run into with some extreme force there from the Wolfpack, so I would believe you if you told me it. Wow.
Timeout on the field. They're not going to review this one. Trying to find out who was in there who knocked the ball out.
Wow, what I was going to say about NC State, this is a small secondary, Ryan, David. This is, you got Jackson Vick, 6 feet, Jamel Johnson, 5'10", safety J.J. Johnson, 5'10", Devon Marshall, who we've talked about a lot, is a great player, only 5'10". I mean, this is a team that struggles with the big boys, the big tight ends, and, Notre Dame tight end you, of course. So, makes sense Raritan's having a nice day.
Turnover for the Irish, but the crowd's in Margaritaville right now, so they're not going to seem to mind too much. We'll take a quick break. Winding down the clock here, 9.5 minutes left. Irish 27, NC State 7. They'll get the ball back when we come back on the Voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI.
Well, we welcome you back to WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish, here with a quick update around the board for the college football world. Tennessee currently up 20-17 with the ball, 9 minutes left in that third quarter, so they're starting to pull away from the Razorbacks. Looking at another Notre Dame opponent, Navy is currently down by 3 to a 3-2 Temple. Navy currently with a 5-0 record, but they could pick up their first win of the season, or the first loss, at the end of the third. Looking around, Penn State down a point to the Northwestern Wildcats. James Franklin on fraud alert right now, and currently looking finally at the Red River. Texas up 14 points and a 20-6 score against the Oklahoma Sooners. John Mateer picked up his third interception of the game. Lastly, Indiana, Oregon tied 20-20, looking to be the thriller of today. 7 minutes left in that fourth quarter. Now back to you, Ryan.
First and second. Oh, and it's a fumble on the 2-yard line for NC State. They got the ball back, though. They're going to say 1st and 10 after the Irish fumbled on the NC State 2. High pressure moment for NC State. Thanks, David Owens. Great work on the out-of-town scoreboard and all your notes all day today.
Yeah, Rubio and Bubakar in there quick. It seems like it was actually just a bit of a bobbled snap, nearly a safety for the Wolfpack. C.J. Bailey had to pull it out of the end zone in order to avoid the 2 points.
The ball was in the end zone.
Yeah, fully.
And it's on the half-yard line right below us. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, and now the officials come in.
Maybe they're going to take a look. A couple of players pointing at the video board. Maybe they're going to take a look. I mean, in theory, is he down? Does he have a knee on the ground? I mean, is that a safety with the knee down and the ball in the end zone?
The people want the safety. They showed that on the video board, and the people want the safety here at Notre Dame Stadium. I'm not sure. I mean, the ball's across the plane, and his right knee's down, so that's a safety. Yeah, he's reaching behind him. That's what makes it complicated. His right knee is on maybe the 6-inch line.
Right.
It was just a botched snap.
Yeah, it really was. Bailey on the ground immediately. The Irish defense in there, but that's on NC State.
A number of people with their arms over the head in the safety motion right now. Drake Bowen's doing it. Tay Johnson's doing it. Jalen Strom's doing it. All the Notre Dame defense is doing it. And now look at the crowd.
They're starting what is an over-the-head clap around the stadium.
Chant. It looks like the skull chant.
Yeah.
This is hilarious.
They're firing this crowd up. You gotta love it.
That's awesome. I think Drake Bowen and Tay Johnson, who started this, are having a real good time.
Absolutely. Rubio too.
And the people are chanting safety now. Give way to the "Let's Go Irish" chant. It's not really a consequential 2 points, but the officials are reviewing it all the way down on the other side of the field. It plays down to the 2-yard line on the south end zone. And The officials are all the way down to the 15-yard line of the north end zone as the Let's Go Irish chants getting some momentum. Here's the call.
The ball was controlled while it was still in the end zone. It is a safety.
Wow.
The people love the safety.
I feel like nothing fires a crowd up more than a safety, probably because it's so rare, but I mean, yeah, definitely an inconsequential 2 points for the Irish there, but the crowd is loving it.
I would love to know when the last time Notre Dame scored a safety was.
Check it out.
I have no idea. David's on it. David heard me say that, and he's on it. Oh, what did we just give a flag for here? The officials have just given a flag. I wonder if it's for unnecessary, unsportsmanlike conduct. And Marcus Freeman's hot on the sidelines. He's yelling at Traore and Bowen.
I mean, maybe not thrilled with the discipline of the start of the chant, and maybe the chirps going on in the end zone.
Come on.
Wow. So Ronnie Royal forces the fumble for the Wolfpack on Jadarian Price, and then they give it right back to the Irish there with Jalen Grant, the center for NC State, not able to connect cleanly with C.J. Bailey.
So NC State's going to have to kick the ball off.
Yeah. Now they kick it back to the Irish. So.
And it wasn't even like a forced safety really either. Like, I think that's kind of what stings. Sun setting here at Notre Dame Stadium. It's Irish 29, Wolfpack 7. Notre Dame having some fun on the sidelines, or too much fun. The unsportsmanlike conduct is a 15-yard penalty that'll get enforced after the ball is kicked off here. NC State kicking from left to right across the radio. And it's going to be Charlie Birtwhistle. He's been doing the kickoffs today for the Wolfpack. Approaches the ball, which is right in the middle of the field on the Shamrock logo on the 25. It's well in the air and bouncing down to the goal line where Price will take it. Jadarian crosses the right hash marks, gets out to the 19-yard line before he's taken down. Have you any results on the safety search?
Now, I'm a big anti-AI person. However, I don't think they're going to have
Don't
any
tell
time.
me you used ChatGPT.
I'm gonna cite it. I'm never an AI person, but I have to cite it this time. Last time the Notre Dame Fighting Irish scored a safety was in 1994, according to my source.
No way. Whoa.
That's why I don't believe it. I don't think it's been that long.
I will say, doing prep for this game, I was trying to find the injured list for the NC State Wolfpack, and they said that the game for the NC State Wolfpack, the next game was on November 12th. And they were like, so for the game on November 12th against the Irish. I was like, all right.
Yeah, so I doubt this. Closest thing
Keeper
I can
for
find.
Carr on first down here. He gets across the 21-yard line. I think the ball was on the 18, so it's a 4-yard gain. Sorry I cut you guys off.
Oh, we're not talking about anything important over here.
Don't mind us.
2nd and 6 from the 22. If it were the first safety since 1994, I feel like that would be notable. That's good work. And we'll cite ChatGPT.
Irish history.
Take it
So.
as you will.
Take it with a grain of salt. Couldn't mean anything. Like we said.
Here's a snap ball in the 22. Carr rolling out. He's under pressure. Finds Love. He dropped the ball. Dropped the ball on the 22-yard line. He was right on the line of scrimmage.
Well, I mean, you know, that, of course, just a drop there by Jeremiah Love, but the Irish have really struggled on the outside of the numbers today. Their success coming almost exclusively over the middle through the air right now. You got the early play to Pauling, but other than that, it's really been like one penalty that the Irish have really had any sort of positive yardage there on the outside of the numbers. NC State's safeties are really doing a nice job shutting that area of the field down.
It's an excellent point, Ben. 3rd down and 6 from the 22 for Notre Dame. Notre Dame just 4 of 12 on 3rd downs today. Carr takes a snap, empty backfield, throws over the middle. He's got Faze on there, shakes off a couple tackles. Jordan is free out across the 37-yard line. He's tackled just from behind. It looked like he was off there. Good last-second tackle by the Wolfpack.
Yeah, big-time save there. Well, it could have been a lot bigger of an issue for the Wolfpack. Ronnie Royal having himself a nice little game there with the forced fumble. Gets the tackle.
He had a rough start. 1st and 10 from the 40. Handoff to Love. It finds a hole on the right side. Dives out to the 45-yard line. Rough start for Ronnie Royal, but he sees come on nicely here.
Yeah, Ronnie Royal putting something together here now after a couple penalties early. A couple broken coverages. But nice chunk play for the Irish.
2nd and 5 from the 45. 7.5 minutes left to go in the ball game. Carr steps back, looking down the left side. Then he's going long through the air, and it is off the left hand of K.K. Smith down at the NC State 11-yard line. Good coverage by Brian Nelson II.
Excellent coverage there. C.J. Carr heard me up here in the booth, tried to prove me wrong there. Could not connect with K.K. Smith outside the numbers. Excellent coverage by Nelson.
3rd and 5 from the 45. Nelson led North Texas in interceptions last year. He was 2nd in the American. 3rd and 5 from the 45. 2 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left to go, and it's 29-7 Irish here at Notre Dame Stadium. Carr scrambles to the left off the snap. He's got a man. It's Faison outside the numbers. He's got the first down for the Irish. Pushed out of bounds at the 48.
I mean, that's just what's so impressive about Jordan Faison. I mean, he's got Jackson Vick all over him as he makes that catch. Quick little duck, slips by him. He flies out of bounds, picks up a couple extra yards there.
It's a quiet day for Faison, and he's got 5 catches for over 50 yards.
Yeah, what is proportionally a quiet day for Jordan Faison, for sure. With 25 receptions, 327 yards, 13.1 yards of reception coming into today.
1 receiver to the right, 2 to the left. 1st and 10, Irish from the 48 as the sun is setting. And a handoff over the middle. Jeremiah Love bounces off a man. You can hear that hit from up here.
Puts a big shoulder there into number 2 on the NC State Wolfpack defense. Ronnie Royal. Ronnie Royal there, getting pushed around.
Gain of 7 on the run for Jeremiah, who had a quiet start to the game, but then popped off a 24-yard run to get himself active in this one. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Faison in motion now. 2nd and 3 from the 41. Handoff to Love again. He's got the first down.
The Irish now in their chew clock playbook, and honestly, it's the most successful we've seen the Irish run game in terms of just picking up yards. They're just chunking along first downs here on this drive. 8 plays, 45 yards, 2.5 minutes already in this drive in what is certainly chew clock.
144 yards on the ground for Notre Dame today. 1st and 10 from the NC State 37. 1 receiver to the right and 2 to the left for C.J. Carr, who steps back. He's looking to pass this time. Thought about throwing it to Smith on the left side. He goes long down the right for Raridan. Hands in the face there. He makes the catch down to the 2. Raridan with a little stiff arm, and then recovers, gets his arm in the right spot, and makes the catch on the 2-yard line.
And just as I said there, that's Jackson Vick, number 22, a cornerback, 6 foot 190 on Eli Raridan, the big tight end, deep in the territory there, and just an amazing catch by Raridan on the mismatch.
Irish hurry up, 1st and goal from the 1. Hand off to Love, he's in! Touchdown Irish! And it's Jeremiah Love, his 2nd of the game.
Really, really impressive there from Notre Dame. I mean, when you're Notre Dame and you've got this level of offense, when you're chewing clock, sometimes points come a little bit quicker than you think.
The deep ball, C.J. Carr just, oh man, showing how good he really is. I mean, it wasn't his best start to the game, and he still has thrown a number of balls today that are absolutely exquisite.
Absolutely. C.J. Carr, 19 for 31 today, 324 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Eric Schmidt is out there to take the PAT. Snap, hold, kick is good.
I mean, C.J. Carr.
36. Thank you. Irish 36, NC State 7. You go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to say this is quite a day for C.J. Carr. I mean, just in terms of total offense and just, I mean, primarily passing, of course. I mean, just a massive day.
Yeah.
189 pass yards last week against Boise State compared to 342
His high this season is 354 yards and 4 touchdowns at Arkansas. So he's close to that.
Could be a new season high for C.J. Carr. Career high.
Career high.
In hand. Yeah,
right.
Decidedly.
And speaking of career highs, Eli Riordan just passed his first time ever being in triple-digit receiving yards. Most previously was 97 yards against Miami earlier this season. Just past that with 7 receptions on the day.
Eli Riordan being a huge part of this offense. Exciting to see him come to his own and being a really, really productive tight end for the Irish. Maybe going to be the next tight end guy.
Riordan and Love combined for a Fighting Irish touchdown as All You Need Is Love rings out at Notre Dame Stadium. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Fighting Irish football on the voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI. The Ushers tearing it up on the big screen here at Notre Dame Stadium. Some of the crowd has filed out, but most of them have stuck around because they know this is the party time of the game, if you will, with the Irish up 36-7. Ryan Murphy, Ben Rohr, David Owen, so happy to bring you the call here on WVFI. Jeremiah Love just punched one in.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love up over 2,000 yards in his career, just the 20th player to do so in the history of the school. Really impressive.
Great reporting by David Owens. We had that when he crossed that 2,000 threshold, which was quicker than they had it in the stadium.
Yeah.
So if you're listening to WVFI, you're locked in. All the info you need on this ball game, which is, you know, it was frustrating for a while as the kick from Schmidt goes into the end zone. Pesky as we thought it would be, but now with 5 minutes and 13 seconds left to go, this crowd really behind this team. They hung with it here today.
Yeah, absolutely. This one, annoying is the word through the first half there and even into the third quarter, but finally the Irish able to find it both on the ground and in the air. Jadarian Price really opening up in that third drive of the second half, and the Irish have not looked back since.
NC State takes over on the 25-yard line, handoff to Smothers, bounces off a tackler, and then he's mauled. He is crunched. I think that was Bryce Young who came off the edge, and a flag comes out. He didn't come off the edge, rather. He came up. Smothers kind of rolled to the outside, and there's a handful of Irish players in there. I don't know if this is coming against Young for a late hit, maybe?
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense number 95.
Oh, they're calling unsportsmanlike conduct?
Wow, maybe he said something.
I mean, Bryce was fired up for sure. Oh, he's definitely saying something there. Yep.
Yeah. He took an extra second while over top of Smothers there, and yeah, it's something to say. Wow, look at the video board here. A missed face mask by the referees there on that play, big time, and hold. I mean, just getting mauled. Was the Notre Dame defensive line, and no call on that, but good thing we got the harsh words from Young.
First and 10 from the 40. It's a handoff here to Jaden Scott. Seeing limited action today. The backup running back behind Hollywood Smothers. He rushes for a very limited no gain, actually.
Something I want to point out about Bryce Young is that he has 100% tackle success rate this season. You have to have a tackle broken on him. And nothing new today. Impressive stuff.
NC State last drive resulted in a safety, if that's why you're wondering about the strange score on the board right now. Two receivers to the right and one to the left. Now a man in motion across the offensive line, right to left. Handoff goes to Scott, and again, it's only a gain of a yard there. Elijah Hughes, I think, was in there on the tackle first.
Elijah Hughes is a guy that has stepped up significantly for this Irish defense and is really taking on a bigger role as the big question mark coming into the season, and especially through those first 2 games for the Irish, was what is this front seven going to look like, losing guys like Riley Mills and Jack Kaiser, losing those big leaders.
3rd and 9. Irish 36, NC State 7, 3.5 minutes to go. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Ball on the NC State 41 as Bailey steps back. He looks long down the right sideline. It is caught. A nice catch by Teddy Hoffman, his second big catch of the game, down inside the 35 of the Irish.
Yeah, a nice move there. Carson Hobbs seemed to just slip coming off of this coverage and gets a face full of turf and allows the pass to be completed there.
Ball at the 33-yard line of the Irish. 2 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. The handoff to Scott here, and he's quickly crunched after a gain of 3. Getting in there, Viliamu Asa had the tackle.
Kingston Viliamu Asa having an amazing game. Junior Tuialamako as well. This Notre Dame front seven has been really impressive against Hollywood Smothers, who came into the game 3rd most rush yards in college football. Today held under 50 yards so far. Really impressive work.
Logan Thomas also helping out on that tackle. Sophomore from Katy, Texas. 2nd and 10 from the 33. Handoff to Scott. This time he's got a hole. Rumbles down to the 25-yard line before Drake Bowen wraps him up.
The Irish not mad about how this is going. NC State also seeming to just want to get out of here, running the ball. We're finding some success, but seems to be in a chew clock of their own.
And they've been trying to get that run game going all game, Ben. It hasn't worked up until now when the game is mostly out of reach.
Yeah, and we'll see if NC State even chooses to do another play here before the 2-minute timeout.
Doesn't look like it. It'll be 3rd and 3 from the 26 when we come back after the 2-minute timeout here at Notre Dame Stadium. It's Irish 36, NC State 7, and the Wild Rover rings out at Notre Dame Stadium. That's a good sign for Irish fans. You're listening to Fighting Irish Football on the voice of the Fighting Irish, WVFI.
And we're back with WVFI, the voice of the Fighting Irish. I think I'll kick this one off with a scoreboard around the college football world. Tennessee starting to pull away from Arkansas, currently up 26-17 with 2 minutes left in that 3rd quarter. Navy just tied their game against Temple at 24 across the board with 6 minutes left in that game as well. There might be a job on the line for a guy with name starts with James, ends with Franklin. Penn State just lost their matchup, 22-21 against Northwestern.
Northwestern, a team that feels like every time you look at it, you just wonder if they're going to recycle the football program anytime soon. Same with UCLA, and they've both picked up wins against Penn State in consecutive weeks here. It's really just shocking.
Some other shocking stuff. We got 2 more games. Texas up 23-6 against Oklahoma. That Red River looks to be run. And then finally, Indiana against Oregon. Indiana up 27-22 minutes left in that game. Dylan Wallace might end this night a happy man.
2 minutes left in this one. Irish are comfortably ahead, 36-7. 3rd and 3 for NC State on the Irish 26-yard line, though. And the crowd gives it one last rousing cheer as the handoff here goes to Smothers. I actually don't think that's Smothers, but he wrapped up for no gain. It's Will Wilson, the backup quarterback freshman from Columbia, South Carolina. And he didn't get it.
Yeah, it seemed like the Irish picked up on that one as well. It seems like whenever Wilson's in the game, it's some sort of faux wildcat where it's going to be a direct snap to Wilson who's going to take it himself, as the Irish recognize and pack the box in time to hold that to a very light game.
Lights taking some effect here at Notre Dame Stadium with 90 seconds to go. NC State going for it. 4th and 1. And it's Bailey under center here.
Oh.
And Notre Dame is as confused about that look as I was. They're going to take a timeout.
It seemed like they were going for it, but then they had a man down to be a holder for what appeared to be an apparent field goal.
But Smothers was the guy in the
kicker position.
So was it? Are they trying to deceive people? They didn't deceive me. I mean, Bailey's under center. Is he hiding out down there?
It seemed like maybe that's what the plan was, and Notre Dame just was not having it and said, "Hey, we're gonna take a timeout here and just slow this down." I don't know, guys. If NC State doesn't get this, they might lose.
Yeah, not that kind of moment. Irish ahead, 36-7. You might be right. Even if they do get it, they might lose.
Oh, really?
4th and 1. Ball in the Irish 24. And the folks who've stayed around, which is the majority of the crowd, making some noise, rocking out to the tunes. Bailey back under center. Not in the shotgun. 4th and 1. See if he holds on to it. Smothers is out behind him, and NC State jumped. Flag comes out. Irish are celebrating. And it's a false start.
It's just fascinating. I mean, they got Jolie, who is hunched behind the offensive line in some sort of fullback
I don't even know how to describe that.
Position, where it seems like maybe they're trying to hide him and conceal him, where it definitely just seems like it's going to be a snap to Bailey and then a quick handoff to either him or Smothers, but who knows?
They'll back it up to a 4th and 6 from the 29. No crazy looks for NC State here. They're still going for it. 2 receivers each side. Bailey steps back, looks right, airs it out, hanging up there, and it's picked off. It is intercepted by the Irish.
Carson Hobbs comes up with the interception there. He's had his struggles this season, getting picked on a little bit in Texas A&M, but he shows why he is on this Irish defense with a big interception here late in the game.
Certainly had his struggles against Texas A&M. Thanks for picking me up there. Hobbs, yeah, he had his struggles on this drive even. He got thrown over earlier in the drive. He slipped up and fell, comes back with an interception for Carson Hobbs. It's the 9 games played as a true freshman last year. First career interception for Carson Hobbs.
Cincinnati guy.
And I believe St. Xavier High School in Cincinnati.
I'd believe it, yeah.
Great way to end this one for the Fighting Irish defense, which has certainly showed out today. They kept NC State from hanging around really in this game. I mean, the offense made it close for the first half, but the defense made sure that after that 3rd drive, NC State stayed off the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, from a team that, was getting really torn to shreds for its defensive performance for the first 2 weeks, this is a team that's held what are not atrocious offenses to back-to-back weeks of 7 points. I mean, very, very impressive stuff from this Irish defense. You got Boise State last week, who's hanging 40 a game on their opponents. You got NC State this week with C.J. Bailey, one of the best running backs in the country. Hollywood Smothers, again, just 7 points.
The Irish are in victory formation here as they take a knee, and that will run out the clock here at Notre Dame Stadium. A beautiful October night in South Bend sees the Irish defeat the NC State Wolfpack 36-7. They've got a couple games breaking their way out of town too. The Irish look to continue their climb towards the college football playoff. Final thoughts here, guys.
I mean, what an incredible matchup we just saw. A really defensive-led matchup, which is a strong sign for Notre Dame, especially heading into USC next week, where last year against USC, they had 2 pick sixes. So hopefully trying to do the same against Jaden Maiva. And Notre Dame really has some stuff to talk about. Not the strongest first half, really pulled out in the second, trying to make a strong case to move up into that top 12.
Absolutely. The Irish, it was sort of a classic home game for Notre Dame against an inferior opponent where the Irish take their time and eventually they crawl their way to what is an impressive victory at the end of the day. 36-7. Really impressive from the defense. Really impressive from the front seven. Really impressive for the secondary. But it still feels like the offense has room to grow, which is crazy to say with how proficient they've been. But a great win for the Irish, a great game, a great call. Really a pleasure.
It was a pleasure to be with you guys here for this one. Looking ahead, USC next weekend will be a good one, potentially the last game in that USC Notre Dame series here for a while. You got to imagine this crowd will be wired.
I know I will be. I'm excited.
I will be as well. What's sort of the one thing right now, immediate reaction that you're looking for going into that game?
I think it'd be find that middle ground. We've seen earlier in the season Notre Dame try to find a three-dimensional offense. Really, this game, they seemed scared to lose the ball near the end of the game, especially Jadarian Price pushing it down the middle, just keeping his head down on most of those carries. Didn't look to extend the play as much. So if they can get back into that groove of getting the ball and then moving it down the field, we should have a good chance against the Trojans.
I agree. Consistency in the offense.
That'll do it for us here at Notre Dame Stadium as the alma mater rings out after another Notre Dame victory. For David Owens and Ben Rohr, my name is Ryan Murphy, signing off. Final score, Notre Dame 36, NC State 7.